I can one up this guy. I can do that slightly better. And hopefully we see that in action the next time around.
That's I'm hoping will be the mindset of those who have been left out in this like in this Garena Survivors, because yes, they might have a chance in, especially for those who dropped off from the semifinals, but they will be able to find out where they went wrong. This time they are bystanders. They are the third party watching all these games, and from these games they will learn as well as to what tactics happening when they join in on the next season. AJ.
Yeah, we are looking also towards teams like ABC Mystic, those that represent MYSG. They have made it through, they've scraped through into the top 8 of semifinals too. But one of the bigger questions will be, how much can they chug out when it comes to the grand finals itself? I mean, even against some of the weaker teams, we did see them struggle a little bit. We saw a few ego challenges come through. I'm not sure whether the ego was on the side of ABC Mystic or the teams that were challenging them at Factory whenever we hopped into Blackout. But that's one of the things that ABC Mystic really needs to look at, right? But looking at the format, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the journey so far for these 16 teams have not been easy at all. We started off with 256 squads. That's a massive number of teams. There's a massive number of players out there on the battlefield vying for the top spot. But we downed that number to a crazy top 32. In the semifinals, we broke them into two semifinals. One had the 16 first teams that battled it out, where we got our first top 8. And then we saw the conclusion semifinals too recently as well, Neptune, where we gathered the balance of the top 16. And finally, we are on the day of the grand finals. 3 back-to-back battles, 3 back-to-back days full of action, and this will be the format. As usual, FPP, no TPP played at all. 3 on isolated, followed by 3 on blackout, and that's
they can do it, and how much more can they challenge teams out here who are, I would say, not everyone has been like popping off compared to when there was a TPP. Because from what we see, like even the Vitas, they are aggressive team. We've seen them out there at the bottom of the group, and this is only the change of perspective. The perspective change and the limited vision that they have in FPP mode, it is not that easy. But adjustments, well, that could have been done already past the semifinals. Grand finals, like all they have to do is get back, pull out the notebook, and put into play the gameplay that they have.
And I hope they have a notebook in the first place. I hope they were taking notes. I hope they were studying their opponents, because it is one thing to focus on your own strengths. You have to understand your enemies as well. You have to understand their mindset. You have to understand how they think, so that when you do come across them on the battlefield, you know what to expect. And most of the times, these teams just do not know what to expect when they go up against bigger squads like Vagabonds Esports, like Vagabonds Nomads, have all of their strategy put in place so well. That's the main reason from day one I've been saying Vagabonds Esports technically already have one of their two hands on that 10,000 US dollar prize pool already. Their mechanical skills combined with their supreme capability of calling out the plays of each and every single team out there on the battlefield. There is no corner that you can hide away at where Vagabonds Esports will not explore, and there's no space in that battlefield that is safe away from them. They will pick up those kill points. They will pick up those solid placement points as well. And potentially by the end of the 3-day grand final, the lion's share of this 25,000 US dollar prize pool, 10,000, $500,000 peso, all for themselves. But every single team in the competition stands a chance to win at the very least a slice of the pie. It just depends how big is your slice, Neptune, because down to the 16th spot, there's something for everyone to take.
Slice will be dependent on how big the courage is within them, because as you mentioned, AJ, I mean, Vagabonds already in one hand on the $10,000, but who has the courage to challenge them, to take them out? That is where we're going to see as we this day. Because day number one, AJ, I know the team already done the study, and we also mentioned a lot of as to what team do in this gameplay. But usually at the start of the game, especially in the mix of two groups from finals, it will be chaos, AJ, especially because these are coming from different groups. Drop points are similar, and
Yeah.
from what I'm seeing, it is probably 4 drop points or hot drops we might see unless they've already had that planned out.
I am pretty sure they do not have it planned out just yet, especially when you are taking teams between semifinals 1 and semifinals 2 that are going to be doing Battle Neptune, because there's one thing that they know, which is, yes, there is a potential they might share a drop spot, but what they do not know is how are they going to fare against these teams. So potentially day number 1 here, at the very least in the first couple of matches when we hop into Isolated as well as Blackout, we are going to see hot drops, but I anticipate and I expect this out every single squad out there for the hot drops to not repeat all the way throughout the day until day number 2 and day number 3. If that does, that just goes to show the quality of the strategy of some of these teams out there on the battlefield. If they are hungry, if they are greedy for some extra kill points at the start of the game, they don't really have much of hope getting into that very final day in a dominant spot in the overall leaderboard. Why? Because we have been very strict with our placement points ever recently, ever since we reduced the number of teams that hops into each and every single lobby. Reducing it from 25 to 16, we've also made changes to the placement points, which means even if you win that lobby, you don't really get a lot of points, but it's absolutely essential as a top team that you grab that number 1 spot, because the disparity between the number 1 place and second spot is 4 points, and 4 points goes a long, long way, Neptune.
As a complete squad vibe, and that is where we jump in, or why we jumped in, because if in case you can get that kill early in the game, if kills, then you can get that 4 points already. And later on, if you went and survive towards at the end on second place, then at least you're tied up in there if the winners had the similar points on the kills. But so far, AJ, I mean, from the strats that we've seen, Vagabonds, they can go for low start or even aggressive start. So it is really very important how they can challenge Vagabonds things for sure. Right, Riley Esport might be in a hunt right now because so far semifinals have been catching up on the strats of Vagabonds.
We are going to be breaking down the teams that have qualified for grand finals shortly, ladies and gentlemen, boys. And when we go through, you guys will be able to see exactly what they've been able to achieve in the competition so far. Vagabonds Esports, basically, hands down, the most dominant team that we've got at the grand finals. Close to 300 points picked up at semifinals 1 as they went up against super strong teams like ENE Phoenix, AXP Eternals, even Riley Esports, but nobody could match the dominance that Vagabonds Esports brought into the competition. They have been absolutely immaculate when it comes to the kills on both Isolated as well as Blackout. They have been super consistent when it comes to the placement points at Isolated and Blackout as well. Blackout 40 points in total, 53 from Isolated, and these were only from placements. Neptune, when you take into account their total slays out there on the battlefield, they've got 205 kills out there on the battlefield through semifinals 1 alone. And the only ones to near them in terms of the number of kills out there on the battlefield are their brothers, Vagabonds Nomads, with 192 kills over the days played at the semis.
And that's one thing, because we've seen a little bit of Vagabonds Nomads gameplay coming from Vagabonds Esports on the latter part of the semifinals. And I believe that regardless of what we throw at Vagabonds Esports, they can change their ways, they can change their tactics, and then prioritize on kills instead of the placement, or vice versa. That will depend how will they go in this fight. But we also have Four Kings Aces right now in here, as we mentioned. They are next, compared to the Vagabonds brand, who will on there third on the highest point that was received from the semifinal.
Yeah, man, you know, when you look at their performance when it comes to Isolated as well as Blackout, when it comes to the placement points, it's very decent, right? They've got 40 from Isolated, they've got 48 at Blackout, which is super surprising to me because when they initially started the semifinals, they were not doing great at Blackout at all. But on that final day of semis, the Four Kings Aces, they repaired some of their approach at Blackout. Today, I want to see them absolutely kill it out there on the battlefield. It is shocking to see a team identify their weaknesses and immediately go and improve that within one semifinals in itself, Neptune. What we have seen out of the Four Kings Aces has been phenomenal so far in terms of improvement. And when we look at a team like Team Dow Conquerors, they have been, on the other hand, a little bit weak when it comes to the placement points. Their kills on the battlefield has been quite solid, but we need to see more out of them at Blackout. A little bit more onto the AX Eternals, on the other hand. AXP Eternals was a team that jumped into the competition with a lot of promise, but on day number one, they bombed out. But where they did not disappoint was slaying out there on the battlefield. Even though they failed to reach that number one spot, even though they failed to pick up any wins whatsoever, it didn't matter because their overall performance truly depended on their kill points, and they did phenomenally well. 136 slays out there on the battlefield.
And for the teams I challenge back was esports, we have Riley Esports mentioned earlier. They
Yeah.
did well in terms of performance, but it is a more geared on a blackout map, not so much in isolated. Probably they were a little bit too busy on making or challenging Backbones Esports. But as we see as well on the right side, like together with Riley Esports, Almighty Prime, they didn't really pop off in there on to this semifinals. Not quite sure what the plan is, but I think it's just more getting the top eight and then releasing the gameplay later on. Vitality CL, on the other hand, though we know them as a different, like coming from different teams with Jesuo and Paul, they didn't do that much in terms of performance. They managed to go in there and jump in on seventh spot. Oh no, sorry, that is the fifth spot from the second um final, first semifinal. And I don't think that will work this time on the grand final. To put a little bit more of effort in terms of skills as well as when they jump.
Yeah, and not a lot of information that Vitality CL has been giving us throughout the semis when we look at some of their performances. But Almighty Prime, they put on a show, man. We expected a lot out of this team after Garena Survivors Season 1. But Garena Survivors Season 2, this team has been riddled with inconsistent plays. One time they're at the top, one time they're at the bottom. But one thing that AMT Prime has not been, disappointing at is picking up the space for the team, but it is nowhere close to how dominant they used to be in the past. They truly have suffered when it comes to the placement points picked up at Isolated. One of the weaker teams at Isolated, I have to say, in the overall grand scheme of things, when you look at the teams who are in their top flight. But when you take a peek at HGED 11 Kratos, this is one of the two Kratos squads, the Gods of War, that have made it into the grand finals. So very happy to see them here. And the effort that they put into day 2 as well as day 3 of their own semis has been phenomenal. You see the hunger in this team. You see the capability of them. They knew that they desperately wanted this and they worked hard for it. They focused on getting those slays, but also whenever they hop into Isolated, this is a team that is very strong in picking up some good placement points for themselves. Once again, perhaps not, as great as the other teams in terms of picking up a great number of wins on their side, but they do have 2 overall victories. They do have 2 games where they did manage to grab 10 points for themselves. So that's quite fancy. NRX 432, one of the NRX brands that brings a lot of promise into the teams, into the competition. But the attack from up top in the air, Winter was a pain in the back of NRX 432. No matter how many times they went out there, man, NRX 432 just kept getting caught in the opening. Either the Jackal or some of the teams that were catching them in their rotations. It is the open field battles that's the weakest point of NRX 432 that I hope to see fixed in here today, Neptune.
Know how to find out if that will be fixed, but this time winter will not be coming, though there are snow in this map. We still have the Jackal gameplay that might be coming in from Meow from the Vita. So we'll have to find out whether they will drop as well as those Jackals, and if it's only NRX43 that will be challenged, especially as their favorite location is the, as we can see, hot drops not yet. First team who have jumped already, and there you go as a team and Estate will be taken by two teams. And we'll have to find out who will survive this battle, AJ, because Estate, though it is a huge map, this is a huge area of the map, it's not so much that they will be able to get away because of the open area in there as well as the elevation that you can get, especially from that mansion.
I have to agree, right? The mansion makes a huge difference in all of those battles. But look at Team AMT Prime. They're already commanding two of those jackals in this matchup. They are playing something totally different in this day. And I'm excited to see exactly what sort of fun they can bring into grand finals day number 1 with those jackal plays. As we take a quick peek here at Team H as well, Team Dow with us, a lot of promise from them. Dre flying around, and Claudia, as he hops on out, they abandon those jackals only to replace it. Now, I don't really know exactly what is the plan here from Almighty Prime, but it seems to be a little bit of a curious one. They're parking it all. And I believe dormitory is just going to be a place where they chill for a little bit. Nobody else is here. There's a chopper in the vicinity as well. I'm liking the strats out of AMT Prime at the moment.
And what I think what they're doing right now is taking that away from the hands of the Vitas and on to their side, because we know dormitory is their house. I mean, houses, because of the number of buildings they have. Like even one member can take one building and then they can just all the way. And with those jackals in play, as you can see in the map, as 3 jackals in there out of the hands of Vita. So a lot more that they can take advantage of this because they will not be disturbed earlier, similar to what we mentioned for the side of 432. Because so far that has been the weakness of some teams and distraction as well, breaking the tactics that they put into.
They break the tactics very well because this is so far a plan, and the plan can only be judged upon execution. So far, stealing those jackals, dropping it into a compound that they're comfortable with so that they can loot up and then use those jackals, use those vehicles to maneuver around the battlefield. I think it is a excellent strategy, but if they cannot execute it to perfection a little bit later on, that's where the problem then starts. But the team of 4 Kings, this is a compound that they have made their home, and I love this. And I'm surprised that not many other teams have actually gone in to challenge them for this drop spot. Because if you ask me, it's one of the most consistent, valuable drop spots that you can find in the game at the moment. What we have done is we have banned out all of the upgrades that you can get within New Vision City, within the new update, but we haven't really banned out New Vision City itself, which is a consistent high-tier loot zone, Neptune.
And there's a lot of like a lot of compounds and has a lot of loots. And even if you jump in onto a those get that card, jump in into where you can challenge all those AIs and get pretty much a lot more of loots. And that is just a good things. It's more of the start, but how they work towards it as well as to the end. Yes, they have a chop. They're readily available in New Vision City, but the rotations need to be prime for them to be able to get a good location and start off the early engagement. As the early engagement right now, AJ is happening between this team of Vitality as well as Vitas.
Big opportunity here for Vitas as they reposition Vitality. One player taken out of the equation already. The rest of them scramble for a defensive position. The high ground advantage taken by the players out of Vitas. But Vitality scramble all out there on the battlefield. All they want to do is retrieve that dog tag and not engage so much. Guys slowly circling around towards that right-hand side. But all alone, Guy will be in a lot of trouble and will give the team a lot of trouble if he's taken out of the equation here.
B3 situation, the moment Gabby and Meow will, and the rest will just Shai needs very quiet right now, but no, there's not much of quiet that he can because Jabby there only a few HP. The backup is in there from the side as well. A good start in there for Jabby because even if he gets knocked down, they have location of where Shai will be. Backup will can easily take them. I think we have one left for this team of Vitality, and that earlier has already fled the sea and might be coming back later on. The question is, will Vitas waiting for dog tags to expire? Because this is a good advantage for them in case they don't vitality later on towards the end of the game.
Yeah, but there's no reason to not want vitality towards the final circle. The probability is vitality is not going to be making it through to the final circle a lot, looking at their performance in semifinals one. But if you also compare that sort of performance to your own, then the team definitely knows that it might be a good idea to just gatekeep those dog tags, because that's extra 3 points on your side. You've just managed to take one, and that's the perfect bait. The team will surely be coming back for the dog tag because it's super early in the game, and that circle is nowhere near to pressuring these teams off of it just yet. And it looks like Almighty is not as proficient at playing those jackals. When we saw Winter up in the air with it, those guys were just zooming up and down non-stop, man. But it seems like Almighty very quickly abandoned those jackals the moment they are targeted by the FHJs.
And it's more of confidence that you have using the jackal, really, as well as a proficiency. But as we can see, a lot of teams has already been pulled in by this Arsenal draw. It is AXP who will be taking the lead, pushing out Almighty right now. The battle continues, and the Sync was able to take down Fright in the process.
Arsenal drop, obviously one of the biggest prizes to contend for, because instead of just depending on the guns that you pick up off the battlefield, you get to bring your modded gun into the game, something that you're super comfortable with. Mizuki Cutie has got the Jack from his arsenal, and he seems to be absolutely dominant from up top on the battlefield, but the rest of his team members abandon him, leaving him all alone to deal with Almighty. And now Viper's caught in the middle. The rest of AXP, they're not taking the fight up against the rest of these teams at all. AXP Eternals, they scramble, but they have already gotten their loot out of that Arsenal drop. And I believe that's all they are aiming for. Almighty just a little bit too slow to the party, and they might just be the biggest losers here, because not only have they not secured a single kill as they dropped in there for the ambush, but now they're scrambling towards the very edge of the circle, hunting down players to take down. And this is a team that already has fished out their guns from that Arsenal drop, so this might be a problem. Kimmy SH has the M21. Chase trying to get away, but he gets tagged up as well. Kimmy, can he run away to safety? Has got his armor broken. 67 HP. Very good adjustment from Kimmy SH, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. The guns out of the arsenal to make the biggest of difference, but the response time from AXP Eternals just needs to be tweaked, Neptune.
It's a 1-3 split right now, but the problem is Kimmy is left here alone together with a team, and a good push by the rest of the team to really move towards Almighty Prime. A good location right now has been taken by the rest of this AXP Eternals, and Kim still up top. Now, given that information to Almighty, they might be just shooting them down, especially with the snipers on the side as well. Chase will be in there targeting them, thus Kimmy will be falling back and just taking this warehouse to their name, and they need to move toward next phases say so. Though it's still early with the 4 seconds, they need to get a better position, because Kimmy, as we can see, is one of the snipers that can put in a lot of damage as well as information, and that will be the advantage of AXP Eternal at that point.
And Phoenix, one of the better teams out of semifinals too, as they take this battle now. Let's see exactly what they will bring into the competition. Semifinals won, my apologies, because one of their direct competition was Vagabonds Esports themselves. And although they did manage to scrap away that second spot, they could not hold a candle to the performance of Vagabonds Esports. Vagabonds Esports ended the competition with more than 100-point lead over Team Phoenix, but that's something they can change in here today. Burn gets taken out by the all players from the side of Four Kings, I believe. Ainra with a off-screen shot down onto Merc. TV, they want a lot from this equation, and they are out for the hunt. Phoenix, they are in a lot of trouble here, Neptune.
It's two members going in against Assassin right now. Sukre trying to get away, but Ainra has spotted already the Sukre that got away. Oh, Sukre will be out and all taken down as well. Assassin, but get away with that space of Ainra is still on a rotation. The best thing that Assassin can do right now, but going in and snowboard in hot snowy area will be a little bit too slow, and I think Ainra might be able to catch up as well, especially on this hill, and the on the other side. So it will be Assassin right now trying to be assassinated and being run down. And hopefully he'll be able to get away and get out, but not so much in there
Uh-oh.
on what we are seeing right now, AJ, because the vehicle might be the death of Assassin, but still, AJ.
Yeah, premature shots coming through from Dre. He had the opportunity to just run Assassin down, but he allowed him to get away instead. You got to respect the movements out of the snowball play by Assassin, man. He truly is an assassin, but what he also is that does not be, that's not told in his IGN is a survivor. And Dre misses Assassin by a mile, but hops on out. PPSH this time round does not miss. ENE Phoenix, they've been damaged already. They've lost one of their top players, but his dog tag out there on the battlefield with a single survivor just means that ENE Phoenix can still make a comeback in this matchup before it's too late, Neptune.
And he was buying time in there, and a lot of time has been spent in there by the Conqueror to chase him. That's enough for him to get the dog tags back. But as we can see, the safe zone right now, it is Vagabonds. No, or Vagabonds towards right now taking the lead into the safe zone. This is not looking good for the rest of the team because once Vagabonds is in there, especially in the start of closing of this phase, they might be targeting and gunning down those who are to enter.
Big fight as NRX 420 takes on the Four Kings. We see knocks coming through from both squads. No wipes just yet. Vagabonds Nomads on the other hand, as Travis knocks down Jabi, shuts him out of the equation. No chip upgrade terminal struck yet by the players of 420. NRX 420 on the other hand going to town with the Four Kings. Instinct taken out of the equation. All thanks to Bobby. Help M4 LMG combination with the M21. Long range engagement guns, both that M4 LMG, the current meta as it runs its battle cause out there on the battlefield. And Bobby using it to perfection. Ray gun, he got knocked down a little bit earlier on, but he managed to find a little bit of adjustments. Almighty Prime, on the other hand, engages with NRX 432. Once again, open ground battle. This is not a good spot for NRX 432. We've seen them lose the fight so many a times. Halo drop down, Chase strikes, and GB, they move on in for the finisher as they circle around from the back. But Joko, he has got that high ground advantage, which he lets go of, and now puts himself at a disadvantage. Almighty Dre, on the other hand, hopping up onto a boulder, has got Joko in his eyes, and the onslaught from the Almighty Prime squad does not stop. It does not slow down.
A little bit bold for GB right now, going ahead of the rest of the teams, but I think the backup in there and as well as the skills will be able to help him. And this is the pull out that can be done. I mean, I think the teams right now, especially with Almighty Prime and some of the top teams, are timing themselves on how much time they spend trying to chase down and eliminate a squad. And if that has been wasted, probably 20, 30 seconds, that's when they pull out and then find a different approach. Now, yeah. Riley right now taking the high ground. Usually, the spot that has been taken by Vagabonds East, and this is the counter that they have been putting out against the Vagabonds, taking higher ground and pushing Vagabonds out of the area. Thus, Vagabonds East might be seeing a lot more early kills with the gameplay that we've seen from Riley's.
Out his hacking device, wanted to see exactly how many people he has in there. He just got shocked because there are too many people. Ryujin going in for a couple of hacks as well. A lot of players are going to be disabled in this next circle, and I believe a biggest recipient of all of those hacks would be AXP Kratos. None of their players now have that information, and they go into the defensive. They pop those smokes around them. Nobody's going to be able to snipe them from afar. Nobody's going to be able to spray them down from afar. They have to wait for those teams to make that mistake, and AXP Eternals, I have to say, sorry, AXP Kratos, I have to say, that was a good adjustment, making use of their smokes to play the defensive game the moment they got hacked up instead of just running into their deaths, Neptune.
Yeah, blinding versus blind. That has been the tactic. Once you have been hacked, you can counter it with smokes of blinding the enemy literally. And it's not just a minimap out there. They will have the advantage as well with a smoke bomber on their side, but we'll have to find out how will that work. Because so far, it is AXP Kratos on the edge of the safe zone. The Vagabonds is just waiting for that push.
We are missing a lot of the engagements out there on the battlefield, and those are big fights. NRX 420 as well as the Four Kings, both under fire. Four Kings now. Dre has got the strike, but from the backline, what a backstab! He manages to take out the Four Kings from the equation. Question is, do we have any other survivors from the squad? Merc is gonna bleed out outside of the circle. Dre runs through. He needs a couple of extra golden mods for himself. Chase from afar. Clyde, opportunity, and Chase has got him numbered already. The rest of Almighty Prime trying to take advantage of the situation. NRX 420 still alive and kicking, and HGE just beyond the horizon. Almighty wants them all.
Yeah, all will be taken by Almighty, especially with the height that they have right now, and not so much that they will be spotted on the other side, but we have a still on the hunt. They are going in a little aggressive, going in for the chase and vehicle gameplay. This often works on the final stretch, on the final phase of the phase zone, trying to push out the enemy and then gunning them down once it's hit. But I think they will be seeing the side of ABC Mistake. But no, Secret has made a mistake of standing in front of ABC Mistake, but no one has made a move just yet.
Just yet. And ABC, they know exactly what's in store for them. Annihilation if they make the wrong move. So they have to play this patiently. Almighty Prime, on the other hand, trying to tag up the vehicle of AXP Eternals, and it's on fire already. But the AXP Eternal squad hops on out of the vehicle, but they use it to perfection, finding a better defensive position for themselves. Almighty Prime, on the other hand, continues to go to town with all of the players out there on the battlefield. 9 slays so far. They're not slowing down, but this is such a risky position to hold on to, as all of the other teams are going on through this particular circle, looking for a good compound to work with defensively. Almighty Prime standing out in the open, picking knock after knock, kill after kill, but there's a timer on that aggression. You are going to be snuffed out if you stay out in the open, Neptune.
Quite amazed when no one is testing this. We have one from behind who might be doing so. It is Riley Esports, but they haven't made their move. I think it's because they still have Vagabonds in there above them, and they cannot get away from that situation. But Almighty Prime now prime location as always, and we are seeing 3-team battle it out on this high ground. Vagabonds Esports in there on the top, and we have the Conquerors in here in the mid, while on the other side, Riley just be waiting. Yato has pulled out of this situation. Not a good move because Riley will be on them as soon as they go in for the approach. And here comes a Nash right now. Rewind. Let's get away. Get that information, but I think the rest will be doing garbage.
Yeah, Blue shuts down Dre. Nash didn't need to hit that rewind earlier on. Luki just busting through all of those players with some wild shots. This is the Ninja. Can reposition quickly with the grappling hook, but it's just a little bit of a messy play coming through from the players of Vagabonds Esports at the moment. Off screen, Vagabonds no match taking the fight up to Zemiru, taking him out of the equation, and Esir shuts down PL. Almighty Prime now with a 2-pronged attack against all of those players that dare approach this hot drop against those 2 green air drops. Chibi shuts down Ryujin. The players of Vagabond Snowman's getting taken out of the equation as well. This is just all out chaos, Neptune. 16 more players. Make that 14 left from 4. Make 5 different squads.
And Almighty is just shooting all around, but they need to face the teams up front because the safe zone will be moving. Vagabonds Esports will have the high ground. Snowboard on them. They will be going for the rush right now. And backstab coming in from Nash AJ. It might be a complete squad wipe, but there goes pull out by Nash. And still in front right now. Will still challenge the Almighty Prime AJ.
Almighty Prime didn't know what to expect earlier on, but Nash, he's almost losing his armor already. He's just playing the aggressive fight. He wants to take the kills. Is this a good move? Dre needs to turn around. He doesn't. Nash eats him up. And Vagabonds Esports, Nash alone, playing the role, playing out the players of all Prime. Right in front of him now, Riley Esports, the nemesis that Vagabonds Esports has made from the semifinals 1 out here to finish them up as well. Nash knows exactly where Kotaro is. Kotaro, there's no hiding for. Pops out a quick smoke, blocks out the vision from the left-hand side, but Nash has his third eye open. He continues going in for the shots. The Odin is putting up a little bit too much of pressure. Snowboard from the left-hand side. Kotaro still in his eye. Hits that rewind. Kotaro hasn't responded yet, Neptune.
He's just hanging back, armoring up and popping that smoke, and it's good plan by Kotaro right now. All he has to do is just to get away, but there's no getting away. Oh no, Nash is in there, who went for the rewind, might be the next target right now, but going in a 360, and Kotaro with its life still not making it. Nash in there taking the kill, and the player of Vagabonds Esports clutching this.
And we talked about the third eye Vagabonds Esports so many times in the past, and you saw the third eye in action once again. There was no matter where Kotaro hid, there was no point of him hiding at all. Nash knew his position every single moment of that matchup, and yes, you could pin that particular action on the fact that he has so much of experience playing Battle Royale in Call of Duty Mobile from the inception of it. This guy was an absolute slayer in that final circle, and he single-handedly took the fight to Almighty Prime, who almost dominated this lobby, Neptune. If Almighty Prime wasn't snuffed out by Nash with that backstab, things could have been so different in the final circle.
Taking them out back and that is where the offensive capability of the trying to get away, but this time as Nash went in for the backstab against Almighty Prime and hits that rewind and cut them on their approach. No one stood a chance in there, AJ, and it's just mind blown the gameplay of Nash.
Yeah, and Nash knew exactly what to do out there on the battlefield, especially when it came to attacking the weak points of some of these teams, right? And one of the biggest weak point, as it seemed for the players of Almighty Prime, was keeping their backs towards that circle and also having no defenses whatsoever. We also highlighted one of the plays from the semifinals for the Four Kings, where they played the edge of the cliff. That was a super smart move, because instead of looking at your surrounding 360, where you could be attacked from any point, you have got now the hill to block out one of those segments. You've got the circle behind you. So it's either you look left or right. Almighty Prime had to look all around them, which they pretty much did. The one spot they did not look was outside the circle. And Nash literally flew outside of the circle, took that backstab against them, and outsmarted the whole of the Almighty Prime squad. And I'm very sure that move by Nash quite certainly unnerved the players of Almighty Prime. It threw them off of their game. They were dominant all the way up to that play.
Imagine we have 15 kills already from them, and if that play didn't work out for Vagabonds Esports, it might have been Vagabonds Esports and Almighty survivability here for Almighty, especially challenge being brought in by Riley Esports against Vagabonds Esports, and it only be one or two left for Vagabonds Esports. Almighty could have taken that, but with that one mistake, with that one flaw that they've shown against Nash, they were taken out in their third. But so much of a gameplay promise from Almighty Prime, and this is a turnaround that we're asking from the semifinals, where they're not really performing.
They weren't really performing in the semis, but it was a good enough performance to pick up that fourth place. But Almighty Prime is not a fourth spot kind of a squad. They want to pick up that top three. In fact, they want to dominate the whole lobby. They want to take away the wins from everybody else. The biggest question is still going to be if or not they can outsmart Vagabonds Esports, if or not they can outplay Vagabonds Esports. The top three, Vagabonds Esports, Riley Esports, as well as Almighty Prime. But let's take a look at the stats for the other teams in here as well. You've got Team 11, the one and only VVV Dow Conquerors, with a total of 7 kills on that fourth place, and a VTL managing to find that fifth spot. And this was one of the initial teams that got into an engagement with AXP Kratos. They disengaged initially, and they made all their way through. They didn't want to re-engage. They knew what they were playing for. They were playing for the final circle. And this is the kind of strategy I love watching, Neptune, because they know what they want. They don't falter, even though they are attacked. They retrieve the dog tag, and they just move in, focusing on their strategy. And it seems like they've pulled out quite a bit of points by playing that solid strategy.
Yeah, survivability really is a key in here, especially when we talked about the placement point that can be captured by a team with this, from by in. But I heard some more place right now, but to what extent? Because so far, not only is it All Almighty who is putting a lot of damage, as we can see, 5 kills coming from Cookie right now. That was just Cookie putting in like more than half.
Yeah.
It's only two coming in from the rest of the Armament Rosina's teammates. So if it's Cookie out there, and it's not really that easy to survive. But AJ, I'm really happy as we ABC
Mhm.
Mystic in here survivability.
Yep.
So there is a certain Sekre could have been taken out already before the rest of the team able to back off on that
Yeah.
ground. That boulder, I mean, I think they can get away if they challenge Sekre. And
Yep.
Vivi or Conquerors might have been eliminated, probably left with only a few members.
Yeah, I know there's a huge importance of playing a safe game, but you also need to know when you're in a great position to shut down your opponents. And I do agree with you most definitely, Neptune. That was a great opportunity for ABC Mystic to pick up a extra few kill points. I'm not sure if they could have picked off all 4 of those players. They were in a great position, but we know the firepower out of the Dow Conquerors as well. They could have fired right back. But what would have potentially happened was ABC Mystic, with that surprise attack, should have been able to at least pick off 2 kills, the rest of them back away, and then retrieve those dog tags potentially. But it was very close to the 4th circle already. So that kind of pressure, I do agree, would have been the end to the players of Dow, and VVV wouldn't been able to bounce back nor pick up that 4th spot. For all you know, you could have seen ABC Mystic in a position like Vagabond's Nomads. They only pick up a single placement point here with 5 kills that they managed to shut down the other team with. And as we spot the players of AXP Eternals, on the other hand, this was one of the first few teams that got super aggressive, but didn't really manage to get much out of it. Only D-Sing and Kimmy managing to pick up a couple of kills, totaling up to 3 points overall in this matchup. NRX 432 once again gets caught out in the open side of the map, and it was mainly Almighty Prime that took the fight up against them. Clyde had a perfect backstep to save the rest of his team members, but it was just a tad bit too late. Halo was the first one to go down in that engagement, followed by Key. And, it was just an unfortunate situation overall for the NRX 432 squad. Looking at AXP Kratos, on the other hand, nothing much to shout about in this round, but I'm surprised they actually managed to out-survive NRX 420 themselves. And NRX 420 survived for quite a while, but there were so many teams in that circle, Neptune.
Yeah, from the way we saw it earlier, it's a 3rd to the 4th phase where in a lot of teams battling it on. And if I'm not mistaken, towards the before reaching the 5th phase, we will just cut down to 5 teams. And with the chaos is ensuing in there, especially with a lot of teams clumped in together, I think they were just divided into 2 wars that is happening. And the ones taking the wins are the one the higher ground. And that is one thing that NRX 420 as well as a Vitas needs to work on, like taking a good position, even if it's not the high ground, at least wait for a few moments to get the advantage for the kill, and then later on move to the edge of the safe zone. Vitas, I don't think they were able to play out the Jackal gameplay, especially as Almighty has pulled out, recalled all the Jackal onto dormitory and tried to use it, but unsuccessful. So no kills coming from Meow, no disturbance coming from Jackal. 4 them with 13 and Phoenix. We are seeing great potential from them when it comes to kill, but this time no kills coming from them, and they are seeing like HG Crayon in here as a better team for this round against them. As we saw earlier, AJ, Four Kings has been played early fight, and I think this is not looking good for the Aces.
It's just the first engagement out there that kind of went south. But it's okay. We expect those adjustments from them a little bit later on. The Four Kings are not the kind to stay down for too long. But they, in fact, are the ones who make use of those early defeats as the fueling fire within their hearts, bring out, to jug out the performance in the later parts. But I have to say, man, Vagabonds Esports final circle play, absolutely insane.
Definitely. Ash is in there. I mean, like a lot of teams has been we have seen have been just gunning everyone, but Vagabonds Esports they know where to position themselves, and this is the spot where in Nash already knew where to goes in from this side, takes it to the outside of this safe zone, and then goes in for this lane. This is that was the second instance already. That is after that he went from the
Yeah.
outside to the inside of the safe zone. But there was a chance for Kotaro right now. I think Kotaro has pop up that smoke early and could have been put it onto play on that final moment wherein they will be close against each other. But Vagabonds Esports, no questions asked, they will take this win.
Yeah, it was a crazy play by Vagabonds Esports, especially Nash in that final circle. And his, third eye open, knows exactly what to do, knows exactly which plays to pick on. And the strategy in terms of approach is just phenomenal, right? Just having your third eye open is not going to guarantee you the win. But what do you do with that information? How do you take the advantage against these other players? How do you break down the confidence in some of their gameplays out there on the battlefield? I feel that's exactly where Nash just truly excelled in that final matchup, in that final engagement. Because throughout the whole first part, in fact, throughout the first 80% of the match, Vagabonds Esports did nothing except loot up and rotate and find that circle, Neptune. They only focused on the slays in that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of usual gameplay coming from Vagabonds Esports. It will be invisible for the first 3 phase, and then later on go in for the. I think it is just one of the playbook or one of the plays and playbook of Vagabonds Esports, and I'm looking forward to what else they are going to pull out as we proceed to the upcoming matches right now. Because yes, it's a good win for them. I don't think this will be continues for Vagabonds East. Will be going for the challenge.
Yeah, I don't know, Neptune. Looking at how Nash was popping off in that final circle, I think this is going to continue for a long time. And I haven't seen anybody capable of stopping Vagabonds Esports. Not the players out there, not the community, not anyone. Haters or lovers, all they do is just fuel Vagabonds Esports to the top. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, let's figure out if or not Vagabonds Esports can keep.
New Vision City での重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
何やってんだ。
スイッチブレード起動しましたこれでも食らえ注意リロード中ですそうさせ私の
ちこま援護しろ。その調子だ、立ちこま。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょ。あとさんは分かってるな。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った行くわよ
楽しみ。
Hello, soldiers, and welcome back to the show. This is Garena Survivors Season 2 Legacy Grand Finals Day brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. Vagabonds Esports disputed team previous competition has started this day hot, not only with taking in, but with an awesome gameplay, AJ. And
Yep.
so far, a lot is expected from this team. A lot is also being asked from the rest of the team. Those of you just jumping in onto this show, Jennifer Garcia, together with me is the voice of Garena Call of Duty Mobile, Pistachio AJ.
You know, it's been quite the journey so far throughout the whole semis. We saw the strategies from some of these teams. We saw the gameplay from some of these players. But I tell you, man, Vagabonds Esports, a cut above the rest of them. Nobody seems to have a solution for this team. Nobody seems to have a counterplay for their strategy, a counterplay for some of the aggression they show out there on the battlefield. You can shut down their players. You can leave just a single survivor. But that single survivor is more than enough to disrupt the gameplay of other squads and at the same time pick up that victory for the team. I mean, how insane is that, Neptune? Even when all odds are against them, they still dominate the battlefield. I'm just mind blown. And this is just Grand Finals day 1 out of 3, and this is match number 1 out of 6 today. And Vagabonds Esports are already blowing.
Like we expected them to be there a little bit quiet into gameplay. It's a usual gameplay they have. They don't want to cut it. They don't want to be cited in their early part of the game. The kill feed not showing Vagabonds. It's towards that final moment. And everything is in chaos. Wherein they will start popping up, and a lot of distractions will be brought in to the other teams who will try to look for them. And I think that is advantage that especially.
And it doesn't seem like they are going in with their usual plays anymore, because usually we just see them dominate the high ground in those final circles, and then they just take their fight from wherever they are standing, right? This seems to be a different strategy that Nash is bringing up to this particular composition, as he's just rushing himself towards some of these players, has got the Jack in hand, most definitely a meta gun, pops off, hits that rewind, sometimes a little bit prematurely, but hits that rewind, gets that reset, and then continues moving down to attack the exact same team, the exact same player. And, you know, that kind of pressure is just a little bit too much to handle. But at the same time, you're talking about Almighty Prime. You're talking about a team that picked up a massive number of kills, and they just could not find their way around Nash and his gameplay.
It's more of understanding probably what the gameplay that they have from their perspective, and that is very difficult to find out, AJ, because at some point, even if we can look into the replays or the videos where they are playing out what they're doing, as we mentioned, they keep changing in and they are invisible most of the time until such time that like you will just be caught off guard the
Yeah.
gameplay of Vagabond's sports. And given that Almighty Prime already given out a lot of slays, imagine 15 kills from that engagement. Such a loss for them that they
Yeah.
have lost that opportunity for the win.
I agree with you, right? And obviously, we have to count on you guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You guys are our hope to get a little bit of extra information as to how these teams are doing it out there on the battlefield, right? So watch them closely and see if you can learn some of their tactics and throw it into the comment section as well so that we can catch up on it, right? Because Vagabonds Esports, they are playing with a whole new beast in here, and I just can't figure out how a team maintains such dominant consistency in a competition filled with monsters, Neptune. And you know, one of the biggest monsters, the Four Kings themselves, they clunked out super early. I mean, today, Grand Finals Day 1 is starting off with a lot of drama already. Let's take a quick look at the overall leaderboard to see exactly who is dominating up top, because obviously we saw Almighty Prime pick up 50 solid kills, but where they fell off of the platform was when they did not pick up equally enough survival points or placements like Vagabonds Esports did. And towards that final circle, Vagabonds Esports, they just went down with everyone.
Yeah, I mean, even with the challenge of Riley Esports, it were cut short because a lot of teams that are already moving up are trying to wait for them for the high ground or slightly higher ground. They were just hiding in there. Riley Esports couldn't spot them, and some of the teams like Almighty Prime, who has been doing well in this place, using boulders and nature to cover them as they get those kills. Like no one was able to spot Vagabonds Riley Easters. They were cut short from that engage or cut short early from that engagement, leaving Kotaro just alone. But that was a 1v AJ, a rewind versus bomber. As I mentioned earlier, like if that smoke was popped off in the final moment, so close, I think Kotaro might have to take him in because even in the rewind, I don't know what he can do if he is covered in smoke.
Looking at the way Nash was playing that, I'm pretty sure Kotaro would have been in trouble anyway. I mean, you know, nothing can beat the third eye of Vagabonds Esports, mainly because they know exactly where to anticipate the attack from. Their senses, their skills in terms of their time taken to respond out there on the battlefield is just phenomenal. Even if they don't see you, if you move, they hear your footstep. If you shoot at them, they see the trajectory of that bullet. With all of that experience that they've had dominating the Battle Royale scene for so long, they know exactly where to shoot and exactly how to take you down. So in such a tight circle, Kotaro would have been in a lot of trouble as well, because you saw the play out of Nash. He was just spamming that Jack. He was just shooting nonstop. But the question is, why was the response from Nash not as quick? Why, sorry, not from Kotaro as quick? Why was he not shooting, you know, in a timely manner? Why was he not getting that slay in that final circle? That's going to be the biggest question on my mind that we have to perhaps wait and see in terms of response. What will Riley Esports be bringing on a little bit later on? Because yes, they did take that second spot, all thanks to Kotaro, but overall staying power from Kotaro just wasn't clearly evident in that final circle. But now, Conquerors, we talk about this team being consistent. Looks like they're consistent even in the grand finals, making it to the top 3.
I'll have to find out how long will this last, because from the semifinals started off the same way, and when a lot of teams has turned around and kills and trying to cut them off, and that and like in rotations that Conquerors are getting, then they are falling out. So we'll have to find out if round number 2 is a chance for them. But as we look at the flight right now, those hard to reach area on the right hand side, and Dormitory is one of them. So we'll have to find out if Almighty might be moving the team of Vagabonds East onto Ski Town, because if they will be cutting short the flight they have, then it might be an early engagement.
As usual, you will see the players of Four Kings Aces hop on into New Vision City so that they can find that high tier loot. And the other teams out there on the battlefield just scrambling around looking for a spot to land for themselves. And Almighty Prime, they are confused. they don't even know where should they visit. They wanted to hop into practice range first, and then they disengage, moving towards crash instead. But I thought dormitory was a comfortable spot for Almighty Prime. So I'm questioning this move coming through a little bit. Hopefully, it doesn't really affect them all that too much later on, Neptune.
I mean, it's because of the distance they have, and I think it's the point that I mentioned. If their glide is cut short, their
Yeah.
first like enemy would be the team of Vagabonds Esports, and no one wants to go there on that early engagement. And that is what we're asking. Why don't you challenge this team on an early engagement? So it's a 50-50, but it's a chance for your team to take out the top dogs and probably pull them down slowly.
Pulling them down slowly is one thing. Managing to do that consistently, one after the other, is a whole other scenario to kind of consider, right? For the time being, Riley Esports, they've been quite good at climbing up towards the top as long as it comes to the placement points. You find them in the final circle most of the time. Where Riley Esports kind of slides off of the face of the world is when it comes to the engagement capability, when it comes to the number of kills that they can take in that final circle, in that mid circle, wherever it is. Riley doesn't seem to be as dominant as Riley used to be, and that is one of the biggest surprises so far. I have to say that.
I mean, it might have been with the roster changes, roster loss, I would say. So with this a new team, they are more focusing on the tactics, rotations, and not so much on the slay. And I believe that they can they can pull it off. It's just that like they want to be cautious. They want to stay in there, survive longer, challenge Vagabonds East a little bit longer as well. And probably if we see them take out Vagabonds Esports and probably mid part of the game, then they will be going for the slave because the mission is over. They have a mission, and it's to take out the location of. But as we look at NRX 420, they've started in here at the bottom of this map, and from the gameplay that I've seen earlier, the rotations that they have, depending on where the safe zone is, they are a bit fall apart, like they're far apart from each other. Hopefully, they can utilize the mobility that they have in here with this chopper and get a good position later on, because that is where they are being taken down early, probably in an open area or probably in a low ground where the others are just trying to snipe them out, gun them down from above.
Yeah, but I like this strategy coming through from NRX 420, managing to commandeer a couple of vehicles for themselves so that they can reposition, and making sure they abandon the chopper instead. Meow up top on the Jackal once again, trying to play that advantage against all of the other players. And thank goodness NRX 420 didn't take the chopper, or they would have been toasted up in the air, Neptune.
I think that was a good call for them. And if I'm hearing it, I think Blink has already given out that mission that since they're seeing the Jackal in play on minimap or on the map, then they don't want to take that chopper. So they have the mobility, and as they fly around, they can get away and knock gun down. But find out rotation-wise, it's still too early to find out as where they will on, as well as we don't have visibility just yet on the rest of the teams. But as we look in this movement in Crash and then towards, I would say, bus station or kill house later on, then they will be meeting those coming in from the top of this map. So we'll have to find out who that is. But so far, this is a slow pace compared to the previous match now, because no kills just yet, no early engagement happening.
And I like that. And that's something that I truly loved at semifinals 1, which I was so disappointed to not find in semifinals 2, because the teams there were just so much more scrappier, not taking proper drop spots, constantly hot dropping each other. And, clearly the strategy wasn't as sound as some of the teams in semifinals 1. So overall, if you ask me, semifinals 1 was just a much tougher lobby in comparison to semifinals 2. But when you drop the top 8 teams into the grand finals from both semis, you're going to see those safe plays. All of the squads avoiding each other, respecting the supremacy and the prowess of each other, to focus on the loots first, and the strategies come first. right? Negi, Jun, all of them inside of those choppers. 3 chopper combo coming through from the 4 kings. I mean, the players can play a 3 jackal combo. Why can't we play a 3 chopper combo, says the 4 kings?
Yeah, I was just wondering where they got all those choppers. I'm not quite sure who they have to kiss to get all these choppers. But it's really, really rare that we see a team in there get a lot of this, unless they took it from that machine, New Vision City. Not quite sure how that can be pulled out at the time like this. Though it's only 7 minutes, so if you think about the timing, if you have 2 for the cooldown, possibly they got it from that area. And where they're heading, I think, to cut off those coming in from fourth. When we say those coming from fourth, it's only Ski Town that we have seen a team in Vagabonds Esports, and like a lot of teams are targeting Vagabonds Esports, and the chopper has been sighted right now, so we have to see as to who will be get. Oh no, this is their teammate. They are trying to aim for the airdrop that is coming in, as we see earlier.
Tons of airdrops available out there on the battlefield, and the 4 kings are the first ones who technically have their eyes on them. And it's a game of safe play first. They are making sure all of the airdrops and the area is cleared before moving in for the attack. Although they have the chopper, though they have that maneuvering capability around the battlefield super quickly, don't seem to be able to find a spot or a good airdrop to take a pick on. It's already been looted already. The 4 kings are stuck up in the air trying to figure out exactly what they want to do. Meow, Jackal, and now 4 kings engage. They're trying to shoot down the Jackal, and they do exactly that. Meow's taken out of the air. That's the way you handle the Jackal if it's a pressure against the choppers up top.
Leaving out one of the chopper, and going in for the slay against a few members of this team of Vitas, and find out how Vitas will be able to fight back, because it's not only this team of 4 kings that they're challenging, it is also NRX 420. So right now is it just I can't read that without laughing, AJ. I mean, it is quite surprising at this point.
And the reason why you can't stop laughing is because we remember his name before he changed it.
Yeah.
And I don't know how did he manage to avoid detection or anybody catching him, because technically Paramount Gaming is filled with Filipinos who should have been able to pick him out and force him to change his name a little bit earlier. But it's all right. I still got you, boy. With the crazy plays as you out there on the battlefield. But out of nowhere, Godnate from Merc drops Chalup down onto the ground off screen. NRX 420, they just drive by HGE, spots out those players, takes a very sharp right turn, and I believe the engagement against the Congress might just be on the plane here for NRX 420.
Gunshots is coming in from now Conquerors, but are back coming from NC, and battle is in here between Vitality as well as AXP. We'll have to find out. Kimmy is a using sniper with this close against this team. Vitality, we'll have to find out if they'll be able to run them down. And from the way Vitality is moving, I don't think they have any idea that that this team is in here. Still, Hacker has been pulled. And there you go. I think a battle might be happening. The gunshots as well will be moving in, coming in from AXP Eternal. So, Faidan is the one who has rushed in early, but the pull-out has been done by the Eternals. And I think the engagement will be happening. Jeswo is in there, also felt a little bit of damage in there, but the Stink, with a sliver of health, Faidan will.
Virus, on the other hand, with the Odin, manages to catch Zimiru a little bit off guard. Stack Rain knocks down Zeus. NRX 420 in a little bit of trouble, as well as Zeus gets eliminated from the equation. Assassin finds Scotty, and everybody is just trading out one another. Now Almighty's Chase shuts down Assassin. It's a 3-way battle, and that's exactly what happens when you disengage from all of those early engagements and stay alive. At a certain point, you are about to encounter chaos. This is that chaos. Bobby taken out of the equation as well. That's going to be a big kill coming through. So long-range engagement capability for NRX 420 immediately taken out of the equation.
These teams are top teams, and pretty much they have the knowledge of the advantages of positioning, and that's one thing. If you started slow and then get the prime location, top teams in here together, they will be at some point getting prime location at the same time, and that's one reason why we've seen a lot of engagement in their chase right doing instant damage, but ENE Phoenix will be the next target after gunning down ABC Mystic. So, Chase right now will be backing off a little bit too far from the rest of the gates, and it needs to make that exit. That's Chibi surprises them, but the pull out has been done. Almighty will not be continue this on location to
Fantastic adjustments coming through from the Dow Congress. Blink taken out of the equation now as well. And as they know that it's NRX 420 in front of them, they don't take their eyes off them at all. Chibi knows there's someone behind the boulder. MJ just literally running straight back into his crosshair, making things so easy for Chibi. But Chibi, all he manages is a couple of shots that connects, and he quickly repositions to confuse MJ just a little bit. Takes the high ground advantage that MJ had, but MJ's long out of that. But MJ's moving straight towards Chase. Chase with the composition, he should be able to shut him down. Pulls out the M21 instead of the PPSH when he had the opportunity, and leaves Chibi for the chase instead. MJ still alive and kicking. Good survivability by ENE Phoenix's MJ.
I haven't seen much of crossover from the original MJ, but this time this MJ is doing well in the crossovers, trying to get away from that fight. Almighty right now is regrouping as their teammates will be coming back from their revive flight. And as we are looking right now, I mean, finally is the usual tactic that we've seen top teams taking the high ground, a little silent really on the battle, and just getting information they're comfortable. Even as back ones nomads was passing by against them. Riley Sports Hansen taken shot against them. Taking out the traps is a way for them so that it will be clear for the approach that they're planning, as they have a plan time. Imagine 1 minute go in and for the rotation, but the high ground might be a disadvantage for them because it has been taken already by Kings.
Riley straight into the Four Kings. Right on the left-hand side, the rest of the players of Four Kings frighteningly on the right-hand side. But all of them just a little bit too far away from taking advantage. Fright gives that information. Kyun can flank over from that left-hand side, but needs to make the decision. Instinct catches the player, tags up Watts, but he himself gets tagged up. Loses a majority of his armor and has to recompose himself. But Negi takes that opportunity to hack up all of the players. But the problem is, who did you hack? Did you hack the players in front of you? Riley Esports almost won it from the back.
I think they have sights as well from the other side, because gunshots might be done by Vitas that areas. Good map awareness, environment awareness coming from Kings right now. Shots coming in from Vitas at this. Kuzma, Jabi, and Meow right now will be trying to put them down, but as a movement of the Kings right now, a little bit too far. They know the rotation where the teams Riley as well as Vitas will be coming. They took the other part of this hill.
Yeah, it's a super smart move by the Kings. When they went in there for the hack, Negi quickly gave that information away, saying that there's not just a one squad here that we have to deal with. There's a potential third party waiting to take advantage if we do engage. So supreme strategy executed by Four Kings. Guess what's that strategy? But and they ran for their lives. But, you know, I would have been so disappointed if they continued engagement. Why would you, when you know that there's another team out there just waiting to prey on you, your engagement? Because there's no way of telling how that fight would go. And a third party would have just meant the end of the Four Kings, once again, super early.
With tactics just like this, it really makes me wonder if this is something that has been passed on from both teams of the Four Kings, because if this hasn't been done as well by the core team, then I don't know what to expect, because the aggressiveness is one thing that they have, but if the smarts can be put in there as well, like what heights can bring them. But that will not be happening for the main team. It is a Four Kings who's showing us this high IQ gameplay. And as the battle has been avoided by the Four Kings, it is now left to Vitas and Riley
Left to Vitus and Riley Esports, but I want to ask you, community, yes, you, who are watching this broadcast now, but the biggest question is, did you hit that like yet? If you haven't, please do hit that like and do help us share this broadcast out as well, so that all of your other friends from the community who are not aware that the competition has started already can hop on in and join us and make the comment section a little bit more lively than it already is. Thank you so much for being here to support all of the teams that you love. Now bring in a little bit more as well. Vagabond Snowman's S here with the long range hit. Fantastic play so far as Kimmy manages to disengage, reposition AXP Eternals on the way to meet the players of HGE. But between that one small little boulder and the rest of the HEG squad, it's just open grounds, man. They just have to maneuver around smartly, and this is what I'm talking about. Use the very edge of that water bank for your safety plays, and then cut that distance down before you surprise them. But all-out chaos to ensue once again, Neptune. We're already approaching the end of that fourth circle in the next half a minute, and it looks like just way too many players are still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield.
Well, that's what you expect if you have 14 teams alive at this point, and it's more of like there's a lot of compounds in there, but a lot of teams that already taken that, especially for Riley, AXP, Almighty, and Vitality. So the rent is up right now. Who will not be paying will be taken down at this point, and Chell up in there going for the kill. Now we have a Xavier right now spraying and praying as the rest of the team giving out information as they push in, and that was a little bit too aggressive for the team of Almighty right now, but I think it's more of the mechanicals how that they avoided the gunfight against AXP. So we'll have to find out if they will be moving back as they take this airdrop and probably opportunity. And oh, I was surprising there that he saw that, and a good play, but not so much of the kills from Almighty.
GG by GB as he avoids all that engagement, lets the rest of his team members do the hard work. They don't really find a lot out there. Dre almost taken down, manages to get away quickly. It's got the advanced armor just to heal up a little bit some of his plates, and then he goes ahead to use, leaving the advanced armor for the play a little bit later on. But if I was Dre at this point, you want that kinetic armor overcharger all pad up already so that you've got that extra boost, because this is just open lands. And once again, Vagabond Snowman smoke bomber for the play. Claudia gets caught out. Fantastic. And he's just running through the players. But 32 HP, and he himself gets caught out as Dre turns that corner with the PPSH, takes him out of the equation as well. Smoke bomber versus smoke bomber. Dre wins the fight.
And that's the case when you have fire in there trying to burn you down from behind, and a rock who is in front of you who's shooting some pebbles. So that is a one you need to be careful of, especially in the final safe zone that we have right now, because that really hurts. I mean, it really hurts, especially as we've seen a lot of teams being taken slowly by this heat. And speaking of heat, the heat is on back for Vagabonds Esports. The time wherein they pop off, and 5 kills already to their name. A lot can be targeted as they are taking this tower for their high count advantage.
Yeah, you look at Vagabond Esports, you look at Nash and his play earlier on. Although he had 150 armor on him, he still went in there to use his kinetic armor overcharger, because you just cannot take any risk whatsoever out there on the battlefield, especially when you've got so many players still alive and kicking. And that extra bit of armor can go a lot of way, especially when you get caught out in the open here. Nash just tried to tag up those players inside of that small little compound, and you know that his strategy is sound. They managed to find a couple of hit marks out there. Luki turns around, Blue shuts down Kotaro. Riley Esports all cornered. Caleb out there in the open. Yato makes quick work of him as well. Vagabond Esports, once again, third eye open. Everybody's gonna die.
No matter where they turn, they hit the mark, and there we have it. 12 kills already from the 5 that we saw last of them. 13, and there's a lot more. It is a 3 man remaining. Yato has been taken down. Nash is still alive and kicking. We know how Nash and Luke plays. They will not sit this down easily. They will take the win in round number 2.
Back to back victory. Vagabonds Esports. Y'all better figure out exactly how to catch up with this team, because they are absolutely out of control. Match number 1, match number 2, same strategy executed in both the games. And I cannot believe what I'm seeing. In fact, I cannot believe anybody has this much of skill in the game, Neptune.
Very difficult to believe as they already taken 2 wins in there. Though, yeah, they have a record already of taking competition after competition, but consecutive wins out there, especially the toughest of teams in this grand finals. Though it's day number one, so a lot of strats might be pulled out. But as we asked for earlier from start of the day, this is not the chance for you to pull out or to pull like to hold off on those strats. You need to pull it out from your playbook. You need that to your advantage. Otherwise, you will be left behind by Vagabonds Esports, similar
Yeah.
to how they did it in the semifinal.
And Vagabonds Esports clearly leaving the rest of the teams behind already with this sort of a push, because earlier on they picked up massive numbers of points for themselves, Neptune. And in this game, they just solidified their lead. They picked up a total of 23 in the previous match. Let's take a quick calculation of how much they have here. 15, 25. They picked up 2 points here in this match in comparison to match number one. They're just growing stronger and stronger, whereas all of the other teams, they're just biting the dust. Let's take a look here at Team 11, Dow Conquerors. Talk about consistency. They once again get into that final circle. This time, the biggest difference is they've got a massive number of kills to their side as well, as they pick up the second spot instead of the fourth, with a total of 11 slays onto their side and 6 points from the placements. They get 17 from this game, which most definitely will keep them strong in that second spot. And you've got the AXP Kratos squad just playing pure placements up here in the third place, but there's not much to find in the competition. But, third place is better than the sixth spot. They pick up 3 kills and a solid number of placement points for themselves as well. ENE Phoenix, on the other hand, they managed to pick up for themselves a total of 5 kills as well as the placement points in the fourth spot. Almighty Prime this time coming in fifth with a total of 5 kills to their side. And Riley Esports kind of lost their mark this time in this matchup with just a single slay to their name.
I think they were found out by Vagabonds Esports, and that's down and run down by Vagabonds. And well, AXP right here will be taking a lot of kills. This is AXP Eternals. Imagine 12 kills on this 7th place. This is like rare that we've seen here, especially for but not to AXP Eternals, because we've seen them on the slays already from the semifinal. And this is where they can solidify that player title that they have. They need to with the placement point as well, because you can only do so much with the kills. You need to back it off with a count of placement. And if you're killing a lot of enemies already, survive longer. And that is a question that we have for AXP at this point. ABC Mystic, we've seen them go in for the kill from like not really within the scene, like off the scene, off the screen, but 6 kills to their name right now, and the place coming from that 8 and the last team will be getting placement. We go in for the Ford Kings, only kills on their team right now. The plan is sound, but doesn't sound good in terms of survivability.
And the most wanted team down here in the sixth spot, Dow Vitas, picking up the single point through Kuzma and his kill out there. Just like Neptune said, after the 8th spot, there's no more placement points available, so everything depends on your kills. But this is what makes Vagabonds Nomads one of the most dominant teams out there on the battlefield. Even down at the 11th spot, they make such a huge difference for themselves. A total of 8 kills to their name. Down at the 11th, they still manage to maintain pressure on the rest of the team. This is 2 rounds so far in. Vagabonds Nomads already showing their colors, although as bright as Vagabonds Esports. And number 5, VTL Vitality only has a total of nothing in this particular. HGED 11 Kratos, just a single slay to their name. And team number 8, Armin and Rodzina Esports, with a total of 1 point from KKPG. NRX 420 eats nothing from this particular round, and NRX 432 unfortunately bombed out a little bit earlier than them with nothing to their name. Well, a lot of big names, a lot of big teams cannot find their momentum out there, and they really cannot match up to the quality that Vagabonds Esports are showing out there on the battlefield. They are putting the big brands that are trying to come for their throne shame with their performance, Neptune.
I guess the position right now of this big brands at the bottom of our list really answers a lot of questions comment section wherein why is their team, like the fans out there, why is their team not being shown? It's because they're dead already, they're out already waiting in the lobby. So unless we have some camera on the lobby, then that's when can give a chance to show them on the
Yeah.
screen. But this time, like more of survivability, and if surviving, less chance for the team to be shown in this. And that goes to the top teams that we've seen: Vagabonds Esports, All Mighty Prime, like conquerors out there. A lot of instances where in they are being showcased on podcast, it's because they're going in for the engagement, they're going in for the plays, and that is a good job from the spectators that we have because we are getting to capture all those engagement in this fight, AJ.
Yeah, I agree, man. I think the spectators have done a phenomenal job so far in terms of following the storyline. Yeah, I mean, it's not something that we need to apologize for, but we apologize if you feel like your team is not being highlighted because, I mean, there's a competition running, there are 16 teams in there, and obviously we want to choose to pick and watch those teams that are getting into those engagements. Sometimes you are going to see some of the engagements that are missed out there on the battlefield, but you can't really blame that on the observers. How about you become an observer and send us your resume? Maybe you might just work for Garena one day and show everybody else how to get the job done. But when you get into a position like that, you'll find out, oh my God, this job is actually very difficult.
Yeah. And speaking of difficult, like we ask as well for the teams out there to give us some insight as to how to take down the top teams because so far
Yeah.
Vagabonds Esports already taking this 2 wins, like it
Yes.
is like making that
Nothing.
one hand already stick to that 10,000. So it's just left to a few fingers left. Others to really grab that.
I tell you, man, their left hand, I'm not saying the right hand because the right hand is just weak. They've got their left hand already on the 10,000 US dollars, and nobody is challenging them for it, Neptune. In fact, nobody's showing up at all to stake their claim onto the 10,000 USD. Team E80 Phoenix might have a little bit of a showing out there on the battlefield, but I feel like it's not enough. You really need to step it up if you want to take the fight up against Vagabonds Esports, but not only consistent with their placement points, but also the kills that they're nailing in that final circle. Back-to-back rounds. All 20 points available from that number one spot has been snatched up by one team. And that team has outperformed themselves in terms of the number of points they take from placement through their kills. And this is ridiculous. Nobody's challenging them. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, let's see if or not any of the other teams step up to the plate to challenge Vagabonds Esports, because that's exactly what the competition is about right now. Who challenges the Vagabonds brand? We'll be right back.
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った行くわよ
楽しみ。
ストヒューノベさん
何やってんだ。
スイッチブレード起動しましたこれでも食らえ注意移動中ですそうさせ私の
ちこま援護しろ。
できてるよね
その調子だ立ちこま。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょお父さんは分かってるな
本当の
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った行くわよ
楽しみ
Welcome back to the Garena Survivors Season 2 Legacy. This is by far one of the biggest, baddest Battle Royale shows that you can find out there for a while. And it's only being dominated. One brand, one team. Vagabonds spots up top, consistent with both placements as well as the kills on the battlefield. Nobody been able to match up to their quality in terms of engagement or finding that final circle so consistently, so accurately, just like how they find each and every single one of their opponents there on the battlefield. I'm the Mustachio AJ down here with the one and only Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, the voices that are guiding you through all of the battles out there throughout the whole 6 matches. 2 out of 6, the Vagabonds esports squads have dominated.
Yeah, and hope is not yet lost, though a lot of fans out there might be worried, but also like optimists because they are still looking at the 3 days of battle. And there's a lot of things that might happen on the battlefield, especially if they can take down Vagabonds. But
Yeah.
as AJ mentioned, who will take them down? Who is up for the challenge of taking down the champions from the previous season? No one is showing up just yet. No one is showing such potential just yet, and we'll find out in the few matches that jump in round number 3, AJ. And this is the last map, our last match, isolated.
Yeah, and it's maybe the last match where we will see Vagabonds esports dominate for the day and isolated final map. Not because they're going to stop dominating. It doesn't seem like this team is slowing down. In fact, if you compare match number 1 to match number 2, they're just building up in pressure. They're just building up in firepower, Neptune. They seemed so much more confident in game 2 than we saw them in game number 1. Now, if if the teams didn't already realize that they need to fear Vagabonds Esports, I think Game 2 was a clear message sent out to every single brand out there. But instead of just the top of the leaderboard, we also have to focus on some of the teams that are kind of bombing out a little bit too early. Big brands, big names. I mean, NRX, they used to run the show. They used to run the house of CODM. In fact, they were the founding fathers of the whole Battle Royale scene. But unfortunately, in this competition, they're down in the dumps, man. Let's take a quick look at the overall leaderboards to see, after 2 matches, exactly where the NRX brands stand side by side in the 14th and 15th spot with the equal number of 4 points. I'm pretty sure the Four Kings Aces will be happy to be represented by NRX when they have that 4 to their name. But the Four Kings Aces, unfortunately, have the exact same number of points. What is going on in Garena Survivors?
Well, this is one thing that we really are not expecting. I mean, the top brands really are in there bombing. And like what we saying, if you are holding out on plan, then be at a loss early game. Yes, you have a potential to pop off later on, being seen as a comeback kings, being seen as those who are underdogs, and then later being up top. But that is not the case. This is grand finals. On day number 1, you really need to show up. You need to catch up on the points that has been done by Vagabonds East. Imagine that is 20-point lead already against those on number 2. And that is not easy, especially if you're starting off here with less than 5.
Less than 5. You know, it's a painful, turnout here by the players of Four Kings as well as NRX 432 and 420. Same can be said for D11 Kratos, but we know D11 Kratos. They are a machine that, starts up a little bit slowly, but they will find their momentum towards the end of the grand finals, but hopefully they don't keep it towards the end. Right? We want to see a little bit of supremacy from them. We want to see a little bit of promise from them, but who we see promise from is teams like ABC Mystic and Armin and Rodzina Esports, who have done pretty decently for themselves so far. And that's a shocker because you're comparing this to teams like 420 and 4 Kings, right? I mean, a lot of noise from the team, a lot of noise from the community, the supporters, but you got to show up on the battlefield. You got to show up in these games. And that's what's more important because the noise that you make through your performance, it rings the loudest. And that's something that Vagabonds Esports have been so proud of for so long, Neptune. It's a team that doesn't speak much, but they speak volumes whenever they go out there and perform.
Yeah, I mean, with the stress that they're pulling out, like we keep saying, and I don't think the teams are listening. They are just waiting for that 3rd or 4th phase wherein everyone is just within reach. They utilize a sniper, they utilize the AR long distance, get those knocks, get those slays, then finish off everyone. No one is starting, like no one from Vagabonds is starting early, so aggressively. The moment that they feel that they cannot take out the squad, that they pull out battle from the engagement, thus they survive longer. So hopefully teams will be able to do that. Almighty Prime's doing the same thing first round, but the second round not too much. Thou Conquers the same thing. So hopefully it's more of how long you spend on battle, and if you take them back and wait for the hands of while you get the prime position for your
prime position is something that you got to hunt for, and that's something that Almighty Prime has been quite efficient at doing. That first circle of that first, sorry, the final circle of that first match, you saw their supremacy. In fact, they almost dominated that circle. They almost dominated the whole match if it wasn't for Nash from the side of Vagabonds Esports, who still managed to take that fight, shut down Kotaro from Riley, and snatch away that win. And in round number 2, it wasn't as convincing from the Almighty Prime squad, which is something that they definitely need to be concerned with. Now, Conquerors, on the other hand, have shown us quite a bit of fantastic consistency in the semifinals as well as the grand finals day number 1. Hopefully we see a little bit more out of them. But XP Eternals and Vagabonds Nomads, these two teams have been surviving purely through those slays, purely through the kill points out there on the battlefield. It's just a matter of time before we see them rise up to the top a little bit more. But what's disappointing is Riley Esports and their performance. They've been up and down. I want to see them move up a little bit more here, Neptune. But speaking of up, look at the flight paths they get towards the top of the map.
Yeah, you noticed that as well. And I'm just wondering as to where the Four Kings will be dropping because New Mission City is a little bit too far. So they might be some of the teams in farm, and that is NRX 2, or probably they can take dogs right. Leave taking dogs at this point, but we'll have to find out. We have a team that's already spread out in their Kings, spread out too thick or too thin in here on a 1-3 split, taking standoff, and then the rest of the team might be going to crash. And Dormitory is back in play right now, not only with one, but three
Oh.
teams, but I think one will just be taking forward that chopper.
What are the Four Kings doing? I think this is a very early hot drop coming through. Almighty Prime, as usual, will hop on into Dormitory, but the ones that challenge them would be AX Kratos. From across the field, they know that they have got a little bit of company here, and I like the strategy by Almighty Prime, dropping in close to make sure they had the chopper. Chopper went missing, sir.
Is now missing, and I think it is because of I missed that call. I thought that was a chopper steal. That was a takedown by that jackal, and they're being taken by team who tried to drop in and then tried to take kills as well. But please, the chopper is dead, and there's no revive for the chopper, so no getaway from this teams that is hanging back in this play.
How much would Almighty Prime rejoice if the chopper left behind a dog tag that they could scan, man? they'll be the first ones to get that done. But now the strategy of Almighty Prime has been nerfed at the very get-go. They don't have a vehicle, they don't have a chopper to rotate around from. You know, Dormitories towards the very edge of the map, so they have to start making them. Unless they get super lucky in the circle, the very first one comes hunting for them instead. But I've not seen that happen in a long, long time, and I don't know if or not they can stick to hoping and praying that that happens for them. So they better step their own pace up and start moving a little bit earlier. And you can see the players of AXP Kratos already bugging out of Dormitory already. They want nothing to do with Almighty Prime after Trevor got taken down. And I feel like this is a sound maneuver from them. It's the right strategy to execute.
No, right strategy, especially if you lost one member. And at some point it happens. Even for the hot props that we've seen from previous season, it is like young engagement really is happening, especially when we talk about nuclear. And I believe season 2 teams consistently has taken nuclear plant. It's Riley as well as one of the VVV. And that is a one thing that they can do. Even if you jump into a hot drop, you can just engage early as you get the loots that you need to move forward, just in case you will be crossing a different team. But usual gameplay, no see from the Vitus right now. Meow showing us that he is the best pilot in Garena Survivors. We'll have to find out if this will convert in their favor.
I'm so sad to see me out here, but not spot Winter out there on the battlefield at all, man. I just wish we could have NASA Vanguard at the grand final. You know, it's just so sad because NASA Vanguard, they had a lot of potential to make it into the grand finals. All they needed to do was just listen out to some of those strat calls. We were begging for it. We were asking for them to be super careful, but they just didn't. They just went in there super carelessly and lost their lives multiple rounds, only to bring in those perfect positioning, the placement points plays, as well as the slays out of Winter in the final game of their semifinals. They had 3 days. They have 18 matches, but all they did was perfectly in that final round, which is a huge disappointment if you ask me.
Especially with the three-way tie in their kills, is the ones who are able to dominate those three teams who are tying it up. So it's a really big disappointment. It won't be if the gap is so much that already lost hope, but it's very, very hopeful at that point. So hopefully, for the next time that we see the NASA Vanguard, we will see them pop off a little bit early compared to how they showed up in the semifinals. But here we go, Blink right now, going for the kill and take it down. Ha ha ha! But there's no laughing for Blink right here because Javi will just stop them. And as they go for the pickup, Meow will have a good information. You Jackal. The question is, where are the rest of NRX?
They have been turned into dog tags, man. I think Most Wanted managed to snuff them out quite quickly. The firepower out of NRX 420, not nowhere near what it used to be when they were at their prime. I still want to start a petition for Muska to make a comeback.
Oh, you'll have to see if Daddy Bird. But will he be called this time? Because Daddy Bird Airborne is not being used that often. Oh my goodness! As we talk, there goes the hit by Meow against back to NRX 420. What will he be called, Age? And what do you see the best class for Daddy Bird?
For me, I think he might just be able to play that rewind to perfection. He used to just absolutely dominate on Smoke Bomber in the past, but I don't think he would have been snuffed out like Ray Gun that quickly, man. I think Daddy Bird would have been able to soar up quite high, and we will have a Totoga party after each and every single day of the semis as well as the grand finals if Big Daddy Bird was here in the matchup. We no disrespect to the other players, but I feel like Muska just brings something very special to the table whenever he played for the NRX 4 brand, and I just miss a little bit of that supremacy. If the other players from NRX 420 wants to say, look, Mustachio, we can do absolutely fine without Muska, then all I say in response is, show me. Show me a little bit of what that dominance can look like, because at the moment, it seems to be the exact opposite. It seems to be they are the ones being dominated out there on the battlefield. And I might be wrong, but I think they are the first team to get eliminated in this round as well.
That is not looking good for NRX 420 at this point, but we'll have to find out. We'll have to find out further if they are still alive. But as far a lot of arsenals are being taken right now, and challenge is on. It is Nomads going in against the Conquerors, and oh my goodness, what a hit! Virus in there, rewinds, turns, and shoots. What is up with the guy?
I think what's up with this guy is a lot of things, right? He has an opportunity to turn around and absolutely dominate, and he does exactly that. Virus, low on armor. Is that kinetic armor overcharger, has got the mythic Holger in hand as well. They've already struck at one of those airdrops. That's going to be a very important point for all of the teams to take note of. Although it is a heavy pressure gameplay whenever you approach any one of those airdrops, it is an essential drop, an essential item that you need to pick up if you want to dominate some of these circles, especially the final one.
Final circle dominate, and this is what Conquerors really need to work on. Yes, they can put in the pressure for the other team. They can put in the slay, but surviving to the final moment for the final circle really is one thing that they need to do. Virus right now trying to get away in there and was able to get away against AXP. Ninja right now is here. Will just be relocating, repositioning themselves, and this is quite surprising. It is Vagabonds Nomads who will be pulling out this fight, and I think it is just waiting. They are just waiting for Travis to come into play. It's a 1-3 split right now for the AXP as the rest of Nomads will be pulling out. They have a Jackal that they can utilize right now, but I think it's a little bit stuck, so not so much, and a good hiding spot in for the instance of this fight or for this team of the Nomads. Good thing that EXP has maintained their distance against the Nomads, because up close from what we've seen from the semifinals, AJ, the moment that you step into the line within Nomads, I'd be taking out a complete squad.
Yeah, Nomads, they show no mercy. But what Nomads also does is play the game of suckering in all of the fans to think that they're not doing well. And then boom, one fantastic round, they pick up 30 points. They're right back in the game, right? So I'm not going to be too concerned if I'm a Vagabonds fan, because even though this team doesn't really perform round after round, they always find a way to wrap up the end of the day strong. So they still have a lot of those opportunities. Good engagement by Vagabonds Esports as Nash got super aggressive initially with the SMRS takedown, followed by the pressure that he played with the PPSH. He finally gets taken out and punished for it, but the rest of his team members are guarding his loot box. Nobody's going to be able to take whatever Nash has collected so far. And that's one of the highlights of Vagabonds Esports, man. It is not only their supremacy, not only their dominance, but their teamwork out there on the battlefield. Quite phenomenal, man.
Maintaining a complete squad really is a key factor for them, because just in case they lose one, it's like taking out a pie of a cake and a piece of a cake. what I'm saying, piece of a cake. Like if you take them down at some point, like the cake will fall down on to one side, and that is what Vagabonds can, or that's one thing that we can expect from Vagabonds, especially as they have maintained their like good dominance despite of getting into FPP. And we already mentioned that with limited vision that you have on FPP, you need a complete squad to get that 360 view. And the 360 view is one thing that gives you the advantage for this game.
Both of these teams facing each other outside of the circle. Circle hasn't, moved away way too far. But by the way, they're keeping each other so busy, it's gonna end badly for one or both of them. Rogue manages to disengage. Assassin from the right-hand side. Merc follows him up. And as the one and only Rogue manages to slip and slide away, the rest of ENE are hunting him down, or at the very least, they're trying. Rogue, not much of HP left. He's just wasting so much of time outside of the circle, and he's just trying to keep ENE Phoenix continuously hunting him down so that ENE will get taken out of the equation as well. This is a smart move by Rogue. But ENE says, okay, enough is enough. We are getting out of here. But look at MJ continuously hunt down Chalo. Chalo trying to get away. The whole squad of ENE Phoenix, they are hungry for blood. But a fantastic maneuvering from the player of a Mystic. Chalo takes a left turn, a hard one, and he allows MJ to back away with his vehicle.
And they need to be careful with that gameplay because at some point, if you're chasing one, you might be baited. And I'm not quite sure if how many is surviving yet for ABC Mystic. But just in case there's not much of survivor for this team, they might be brought in towards the gunshots of our crosshairs of the other team. And there you go, crossover, and they're coming in from Jello right now, distracting MJ for this chase. And MJ with no choice, getting back with his teammates, and ENE Phoenix will just be having that question mark as to where did he go and why did we not take him down.
Reason is for being taken down there is a little bit of a lackadaisical approach, but let's see what he can do to adjust some of his gameplay, because he's not really out of the equation just yet. But Rogue, on the other hand, loses his life finally to the circle. I'm pretty sure he tried making it in. Don't know if he had a chopper there. He could have activated one from Black Market earlier on. But we will have to catch up with the players of ABC Mystic later to see exactly where the team stands. Haven't been able to see a lot of firepower and pressure from them. They've done enough to keep themselves in the top 8 of this grand final so far. Let's see exactly what they play with.
Called out previously, they are taking the approach of Vagabonds East, usually taking the high ground, getting information as well as to where the other teams might be in, though they still have 20 seconds. I think they are safe in the next safe zone and might be going in for those engagement later on. I think the gunshots has been heard, thus the hit or the shots in there has been made by Riley, of course, but I think there is more of a battle happening right now. 3 members of 4 Kings surviving, going against AXP, AJ.
Oh, smart play by Fright with that AK-47. Looks up, shuts down the Viper, but high ground advantage played by the opponents. Instinct knocked down onto the ground. Fright repositions and recovers a little bit of his armor, but another squad drops by to say hello as well. Vagabonds Esports are here to play the game, and the 4 Kings better get out of there.
And getting out might be tough right now because a lot of teams might be cutting their exit at this point. Kyun right now is being chased by Loki, and even with that trio, Kyun, Marceline gameplay, but Yada was able to take them down. And now, that is and yet another team. And for Kings.
Yeah, back-to-back, big fight coming through. All Vagabonds Esports. First it was the 4 Kings. Now it's Almighty Prime. On for the attack. Bye-bye Nash, says Chibi. But from the backstab, Luki drops Chibi. Good trade coming back through. Vagabonds Esports still have the advantage. Dre, he manages to disengage with his snowboard. He will be able to back away. Yato from that up-top pressure. Chase in the back, and he does not want to take advantage at all. Yato goes quick hack just to get a little bit of extra information as to how many players are around them. They know they have to be on their toes. 5 slays so far. We're not even in the final circle. This is Vagabonds Esports taking things up to the next level.
And next level indeed. And I'm sorry, 4 Kings are still alive and kicking. Fright is still in there hanging back, but I don't think speak for long, just in case Vagabonds spotted him. Good thing he was silent in there, and the battle from the other side coming from AXP as well as Vitas will be able to distract Vagabonds and Yato for the takedown from afar. And Kimmy in here. And this is a usual tactic that we often see from Vagabonds. Going for the gatekeep, and no matter how much you have on damage, you will be taken out. So with the bull or yeah, with the bullets and the safe zone, and that is a quick kill coming back once. And there's no waiting, there's no timing already because this is the fourth phase, and a lot of kills might be expected more from this team.
Yeah, Yato. Look at the recharge on his hacker, man. It's super freaking fast. And he's just hacking up people left, right, center, back to back. Negi gets taken out of the equation. This is already going to be towards the end of that fourth circle. No more revives coming back through. So the Four Kings, I believe, are going to bomb out once again unless Fright can just play his placement points all the way towards that very end. Those dog tags are not going to be picked up anymore already. And Vagabonds Esports making sure of that. They guard all of that final circle. Anybody that wants to move on right back has to go through them. And now it's just way too late for them to make that approach. Vagabonds Esports reposition only to now catch up with Team H. You've got Armin and Rodzina taking that high ground advantage, trying to shut down the players of Vagabonds as they try to close that gap as well. But beyond towards that right hand side, look at that grenade tossed out as well. Vagabonds Esports, they know what to expect, and they want all of the kill points on their side.
Have the high ground, but they are being pushed just by grenades and not so much on the kills just yet coming from Vagabonds Esports. Well, we can see how much pressure they can put in against a team and who will be able to challenge them on the high ground. We're seeing Riley, who usually does that, but they are on the side. Now, ABC is still in the battle, and the way Chelop survived earlier, I think this is good for ABC Mystic. How they survive, that will depend if they will be taken down by Vagabonds, and Vagabonds will be game. And I think Talon, there's a ninja, will able to live up on to this fight, but there goes a trap. It's been taken down right now. SMRS gameplay, and we'll have to see how much it can convert.
Yes, crazy, man. So great. Just so accurate with this beautiful SMRS play that we have seen in front of us. Just hops on up, spots that player. SMRS bullets just a little bit too fast, too strong. One hit knock coming through, but the recovery is solid from the side of Vagabonds Nomads. On the other side, Vagabonds Esports approaching as well. Nomads, they clear out that space. And now KKPG, it doesn't look like he's going to be surviving this. He gets taken out of the equation. Sucre, just a little too aggressive for him. And now Vagabonds Esports, the next one to challenge. Can we see that SMRS play from Sucre once again? He's got the great angle to play against Vagabonds Esports.
Need to get a better, more height in there for that kill. And so far right now, not taking advantage of the SMRS because all of the members are now rushing in. Now, Blue right now was able to take down Virus from the fight, and with 4 members from Vagabonds Esports, it is looking bleak for the rest of the teams because 15 kills and 18 still alive. A lot more might be coming in for this team.
There's a slow push coming through from them. 6 kills in here so far. Backs up the rest of the players as well. Hackers making great work in the final circle, just creating a bigger chaos. So all of the players need to depend on their sensory as they engage with the other players. Caleb turns around, sharp to the right, but he gets tagged up. All of the Riley Esports players under a lot of pressure. Blue shuts him down. Just as Riley Esports thought they had them in a corner, Caleb once again tags them all up, loses his armor, but wastes a lot of time. This is the advanced armor being played. Caleb looks up. Beautiful shutdown onto Nash. That's a good takedown, but yet another one steps up to the spot, and Blue takes him out of the equation instead. Nash has not been lost. He's just going to be picked up. This is Vagabonds Esports at their very best, Neptune. 18 kills so far. Nobody can challenge them.
And here comes the Conquerors right now. We'll try, but they will be falling off on this ledge, and all they have to do is wait. But waiting will not be an option in there. Sekiro was able to take down Yato from that fight, but Blue from behind, backstab literally. But no, the takedown is on. But there goes a Nash and Luke before this play. Yet another win for Vagabonds Esports. Question remains, AJ, who can take them down?
The answer is absolutely no one. Are you looking at the gameplays? Are you watching the screen? nobody has a chance against this form of Vagabonds esports. You can throw in the best of the best in the world, but Vagabonds esports, not only do they dominate competition after competition, the grand finals, day number 1 of the grand finals, being absolutely decimated, dominated, conquered by Vagabonds esports. And this time, 22 kills, side 10 points. That's 32 in this match alone. They have 48. So this team is on the verge of breaking through 100 points on day number 1 in itself.
I think huge target can be a Vagabonds. The gameplay that they're showing, the challenge after challenge for different teams continues to fail, and plays is just stacking up towards them. And if this continues on, like, I don't know if we have enough team or soldiers remaining in, if the pattern of Vagabonds first starts hills moving up and up and up. I don't know why can they get on the kills, because so far that is a lot already for the Vagabonds. And even as we jump in to Blackout map later on, I think this will continue on unless miracle happens, AJ.
Miracles can happen to get people to the second spot. Vagabonds esports have booked that number 1 spot already. That 10,000 US dollars, that $500,000 peso belongs to Vagabonds. It does not go to anybody else except this team. I don't know how. I don't know. Yeah, I literally, how is this even possible? You know, if anything, I love Yato's plays, but what I don't love about Yato is the fact that he actually has a space in front of his name. He needs to change that. As long as he changes that, he will be one of the perfect players in the competition. But, you know, looking at the supremacy that the players of VVV has brought into the competition so far, this is Dow Conquerors. You know, in match number 2, they showed us a little bit of supremacy in terms of picking up the placement points as well as the kills. Now, once again, they strike Sekre, Aimra, Sacred, and Dre. They show us their capability. Riley Esports climbing back up a little bit to the top in the overall placements. I like this from themselves, but, you know, not a lot of firepower being shown out of Riley Esports. They're not challenging Vagabonds. And the only ones who managed to throw Vagabonds esports off the gameplay was Riley Esports in the past, but they don't seem to be able to find their pace just yet.
Yeah, I mean, all of my win in challenge as well was caught off guard with we have a 6 points coming from them, the placement that they will get in fourth, but not so much of the performance that we've seen them from the past. Now, this is one thing that will really make me smile, because earlier when we saw the chase that happened by ENE, and it's ENE Phoenix against ABC Mystic, it was not looking good for ABC Mystic. But this time, when it comes to the placement, they even have the higher place. The 3 kills, that is good enough, but survivability, say ABC Mystic is doing fine. But on the slays department, it is ENE Phoenix getting that.
They got a solid number of kills for themselves, but Vagabonds Nomads, look at this Neptune. A total of 9 kills for them. Gods of RNG sentence, but it's okay. We recover quickly. 9 slays coming through. Travis just lagging behind the team just a little bit in terms of the slaying department, but Esser and Virus, they step up instead. This is a solid play from them. And once again, Nomads, they usually don't hit hard unless it's absolutely required, and they don't want to throw off their brothers Vagabonds esports inside of that final circle. So no dominance is going to come through Nomads, because if they get into the final circle, then they have to challenge Vagabonds esports themselves. I don't think this is something that Nomads wants to do just yet. But when push comes to shove, I'm very sure you're going to see Vagabonds Nomads rise up to the occasion to pull away that second spot as well in the overall leaderboard by the time we get to the end of day number 3. Mark my word. Team number 3, as we see AXP Eternals try to chug out their performance in the competition, owning Mizuki as well as Kimi, manages to pull something towards their side just for kill points coming through for the squad. And Armin and Rodzina, as usual, impressive when it comes to the slays department, not as impressive when it comes to their placement points. Manages to get a total of 9 kills in this matchup. And, the disappointing run for the Four Kings continues, Neptune. A single kill down here at the 10th spot, no placement points. That means they only get 1 point from this round.
The survivability in there, especially from Fright, that I didn't see that he was still alive, and I thought they were in the 14th spot, and still, even with Fright alive in that final moment, they didn't even manage 1 point on placement. So we'll have to see how well can Four Kings turn it around. I think there's a lot of pressure coming from this team, especially as this is not the main team, and we've called out both of this team Kings were in asking them to step up. So that is one thing that they need to do without the pressure, only the game plan that they have on them, as well the skills that they have, because we've seen that. We semifinal, they can pull through. It's just not showing just yet.
Yeah, and by the end of day number 1, I think we can just close the whole competition of Garena Survivors off, man, because I think Vagabonds Esports is just going to prove that nobody's a match for them. I think by the end of day 1, we can just crown them as champions and then leave the rest of Grand Finals day 2 and 3 just so that the other teams can play for the second spot onwards. There's just no fight against Vagabonds Esports. Brother, I'm talking about them stepping up their gameplay from round number 1 into round number 2 into round number 3. They've only improved their dominance, Neptune. And when I said that was going to happen at the end of round 1, I was thinking that it was going to improve by 1 or 2 points. But they managed to pick up 32 massive points in this round number 3 and have essentially blown my mind. And I now truly believe there is no catching Vagabonds Esports in this day, although we have a couple of rounds left, because all of the teams that show a little bit of promise still cannot match up to the kind of supremacy that Vagabonds Esports brings. Now, looking down at the leaderboard here, NRX 4-3, again, so sure what's going on here. HG 11 Kratos manages to chug out 5 kills, and that's 5 points more than NRX 4-3-2, although NRX 4-3-2 gets a better placement for themselves. Team AXP Kratos, nothing at all.
Nothing at all from Kratos of AXP, because we've seen them a lot more of aggressiveness that they have, but I think it's not paying off right now. As we mentioning, the teams are just playing for smarts and then pulling up the aggression later on. Started off with aggression from what we've seen from AXP Kratos, then you might be the team who will be taken out later. And with this early initial gunfight that you're jumping into, the gunshots usually pulls in some of the teams who will just be waiting on the sniper and then later on rushing you for your death. And I think that is most of the time, that is where a team gets eliminated.
I think Vagabonds Esports just needs to open up a Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale Academy and everybody else, because Neptune, you got to agree with me, man. Their kind of dominance in this matchup, not just in this matchup, in the competitions of the past that we have seen, in this competition in itself, is just phenomenal. It's just on a freaking other level. I mean, nothing much to talk about. NRX 420 down here at the very bottom. Not a single kill, not a single slay coming through for their side. And the struggle continues for the 420 brand. If you look up top, Vagabonds Esports are in the best shape they have been in a long, long, long time.
I don't know how long can this up, because I think by the end of the day, Vagabonds Esports, if this continues on, they might have more than a double of what the second place will be. And in terms of points, regardless of if they don't get placement, I know that they can manage it with kills, especially if they felt an early engagement. They have lost 2 of the members. Survivability, no questions. They can always rotate, get back the dog tags, and then later on just wait for the perfect moment to start off killing. And if that challenge has been done, a different phase of Vagabonds Esports might be seen right now, similar to what we've seen from Vagabonds Nomads. But you also made a good point here. And Vagabonds Nomads are really not popping off. If Vagabonds Esports is still alive, and I'm just waiting for that day wherein the brothers will be out of the shadows, the light will be shed onto them,
Yeah.
and probably they will get the spotlight in the competition.
Yeah, now my challenge is for Vagabonds Esports. Since they've put on a show already for the past 3 rounds, I want to see a show for Blackout as well. I want to see them dominate Blackout, and I want to see them create history in Garena Survivors. I want to see Vagabonds Esports take that #1 spot 6 rounds in a row. And I think that's going to be possible, man.
I mean, for Vagabonds Esports, it's starting to look at it like it because a 3 match already in there for isolated, even a blackout in them game. But at some point, I think a lot of teams already prepared well for blackout. Though there's not much of kills, especially semifinals coming in from this on the blackout, but you'll see from the point in there, the placement, are some who have getting used to it and getting a lot of wins in this black map, even the kills. So that would be the challenge, especially in the open ground where there's not much height that is being taken advantage of.
Yep.
Vagabonds have to find out.
Neptune, you are my data guy, and you know this better than anyone, Neptune, that if this sort of a dominance was possible inside isolated, it sure as hell is gonna be possible at Blackout. I mean, you need to look at a few facts, brother. And the fact of the matter is, Vagabonds Esports got the most number of kills at Blackout, and they are one of the that have scored the highest placement points at Blackout. They scored a total of 40, 112 points just through the slates. This team cracked, and the only ones to match up to them in terms of dominance and kills when it comes to Blackout, guess who? It's Vagabonds Nomads. It's going to be a Vagabonds domination at Blackout, and I'm looking forward to it. A quick short break. We'll be right back with the final 3 rounds of the day.
New Vision City での重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
楽しみ。
というさ。
何やってんだ。
スイッチブレード起動しましたこれでも食らえ注意移動中です操作さ私の
立駒援護しろ。
できてるよね
その調子だ立駒。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょ加藤さんは分かってるな会いたかったよ
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った行くわよ
楽しみ
Welcome back, soldiers, and this is the show, the Garena Survivors Season 2 Legacy Grand Finals Day number 1, brought to you by Call. Isolated is now done and dusted. 3 rounds completely dominated by Vagabonds as we jump in to Blackout. The ask is for this team dominates this fight is to take all 6 rounds for this day. Will that happen? Have to see. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, and together with me is my dear friend Mustachio AJ.
And I think this is going to be a historic day for Vagabonds Esports if they're going to be able to pull that off. Because if you look at the overall in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys, you'll see that no team has got anything on Vagabonds Esports. After that first 3 rounds, they have almost a double point lead in comparison to team that is in that number 2 spot, which is now Conquerors, who have been so consistent. And you know, the rest of the team, they look so real. You know, their points and what they can do out there on the battlefield looks so real. What Vagabonds Esports is doing out there on the battlefield is unreal. In fact, it's out of this world. Their dominance is mind-blowing. Their capability of picking up kills after kills is just insane. In round number 1, they played it easy. They played it cool. They didn't want to get too aggressive. They were just testing the waters. Round number 2, they went a little crazy. Round number 3, dude, this team, they didn't start at the final circle. They already started halfway through that matchup. They started building their slays halfway through their matchup. And they just did better and better in round number 2 and 3 in comparison to round 1. 3 back-to-back victories in that final circle. It's ridiculous, Nep.
That's what we teams who is not working well. They need to improve against themselves. But this time, I mean, if you're ready continuing on and improving against the points that you've done from the previous round, like what am I don't know what will be the highest points that they get, even for this round number 1, we're in a lot of still like struggling to find out patience, the drop points, but they're so with the gameplay of Vagabonds, it's just pristine right now. And I think even before the game start, they already know they can take a win round after.
Yeah, and by the time you said that by the time we are done, you won't be surprised if they've got double the points. I won't be surprised if they've got triple the amount of points in comparison to the team that's in that second spot. Let's take a peek at the overall leaderboard so that you guys get a sense of what in the world we are talking about. At that number 1 80 points. Vagabonds Esports sits there, 50 slays, 30 placement points, a clean 3 back-to-back matches at Isolated, and we have seen nothing yet because this team, they really pop off when it comes to Blackout, and they're already giving the other teams a black eye.
What else will be black by the end of this day? I say.
Everybody's
That was just
faces.
Oh my god! I mean, they might be banging their heads. Like when you see Vagabonds Esports and then you have been taken down, you will be like literally banging your head into the wall right now. Why did I move in against this team, knowing that they have been dominated? And that's what we're seeing right now. No challenge has been done. Even if the challenge is done, it's not successful, and it's complete dominance. Wins after wins. Not only that, because we've seen a lot of teams take a win, multiple win. Even the four kings, I would say, from the semifinals, 7 wins from semifinals, but not so much on the kill points, unlike what we're seeing from Bag One.
And the competition is over already as far as the #1 spot is concerned. If this is the kind of quality Vagabonds Esports wants to bring into the, I mean, how do you match up against that, Neptune? When the other teams, like you said, are struggling to find their composure, struggling to find some of their flair out there on the battlefield. Yes, we see some consistency coming through from Tau Conquerors, from Prime, Vagabonds Nomads. Like we, assumed earlier, it's coming to fruition out there on the battlefield. Even if they don't perform, you're going to see them fighting for the top 3 spots and finally taking over that second placement for sure. Because that's the kind of quality that is with the Vagabonds role. But it's just it's so shocking that they can check out that sort of a consistency in a lobby like this. We are talking about the best of best in Garena MSP, the best 16 teams. And Garena brings a lot of firepower to the table. MSP has got a lot of quality players within the server in itself. And to dominate it like this team is cracked, man.
I don't know what they're taking at this. I think it's more than that. But anyways, like with this slay right now that's been done, Vagabonds East, I would agree that they have. Even if Vagabonds Nomads will be putting in a delay on their movement in terms of kills and plays, probably this will be the chance for them, especially as they are doing well on Blackout. I'm going back to what we have, what the comment that I have from the previous season, wherein if you have 2 of your teams in here, the brand will be awfully rich by the end of the tournament, because like you getting the top spot already, that's $500,000 pesos, and then what more can be reached by Vagabonds or Vagabonds and Nomads on the placement by the end of this grand final. That's a lot of moolah, AJ.
Oh, that's like everything that's worth fighting for. And I've got no doubt whatsoever that Vagabonds Nomads will reach up, grab that second spot so that they can have a majority of the prize pool go on to the side of the Vagabonds Esports brand. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. Clearly, man, they have done this competition after competition after competition. They've dominated competition after competition, and nobody can do anything about it. Not the teams, not even Garena, if they wanted to, can do anything about this, man. Vagabonds Esports, they are just on a different level. And as we hop on into the first blackout battle at the grand finals for Garena Survivors Season 2, let's just see exactly what Vagabonds Esports will continue their dominating.
Well, I think a challenge might be on them right now, just in case this team of AXP Eternals will be cutting short their flight. But no, they will be heading towards a Nuketown Island, and we know that Gargodox will be taken by Vagabonds Esports. But those who are in construction site, it's a long fight for them, so they might be caught in their apartment. But we'll have to see what the challenge will be for this team. And yet, the 2 teams was able to reach that, and the battle will be happening as well as in this area of Fracking Tower. We have NRX 432 right now going in against the Conquerors, and Sekirek prime location for him to spot anyone who's dropping to with them. And this is a chance for them to really go in for the push. And NRX 432 not looking good for them, especially that they have I'm overtime on that isolated map.
Time after time, Dre is about to get disconnected. Thankfully, he has lost that Wi-Fi icon on his team. NRX 432, on the other hand, continuing with their outside prowl. This is one thing that I wish would change with NRX 432, man. I want to see them move compound to compound with a vehicle instead of just running out in the open. Almighty Pride, Ray is trying to tag up the players with the Jackal. If he can just turn this around on a sharp right, might be able to shut down the players of Vagabond Snowmads. Ryujin at the bottom as they're on the attack. Ray gun now out in the open. NRX 420 outside as well. 420 this might just be an early end to 420 if they get sight of Vagabond Snowmads.
Yeah, looking at it, we have a Vagabond Snowman's already going for the jump right now, and Dre missing those shots. Now Reagan will be chased, and the good thing, the smoke has been popped right now, and the getaway will be done. They are still looting up, not really finished on this early approach right now with the distraction coming from Jackal. Well, both teams, I would say. Vagabond Snowman's as well as NX420 not looking good for them. Esser has been taken down, so the advantage might be for the side of NRX420 if they can pull it out right here.
Travis knew exactly where Raygun was, moved in to attack him, but thankfully for Raygun, there was the Jackal up in the air, providing the distraction, forcing the players of Vagabond Snowman to think again before hopping on in. And that little bit of time that was bought by Dre up in the air allowed Raygun to continue running away, finding a safer spot for himself. And Dre's just absolutely relentless. He's just swooping in and out, continuously trying to take these players out of the equation, but he's not as accurate as Winter just yet.
Speaking of accurate, I was just noticing there is moment that the Jackal gets close to the ground, that wheels pull out. That's an accurate representation of almost going for land. But as I would agree, Winter is better in there when it comes to Jackal now, because so far I think Meow has already given up on that title of best pilot because it's not working for them at this, and they really need to get a solid plan for their team to get placement as well as the kills. And with the Jackal, yes, it can put out a good show, but it's not so much on display, AJ.
Not so much on display for sure, but Zeus now finally losing his life. Vagabonds Nomads don't really want to let go of their grasp on the players of NRX 420. Blink and Raygun down on the ground, and Nomads, they're going for blood. And players of NRX 420 unfortunately will not be able to get away from this shutdown squad. NRX 420, they're just eaten alive. Almighty Prime to left, but the players of Vagabonds Nomads, they don't care. They know exactly what they aim for. They wanted the heads of NRX 420, the stake.
Starting right now. With the 5 kills already for this team, the Nomads will not be slowing down. And this is a good chance for them to try and take that second spot next to their brothers. But again, is can challenge this Vagabonds. And a lot of teams that already been struggling going in against those teams who have not been doing well. And what more if they are faced off with this team who have doing great. Now, Vitality right now is going against HG, and the movement of Jeswo is mostly trying to get information. But with HGE already stacked up on the second floor, the moment they jump in, they might be gunned down, and traps might be triggered in there as well. With only 2 members of this team's upgraded, it is not looking good as a better gameplay coming from Vitality, and also with the gunshots in there attracting Armin Rodzina in this battle.
Young and Kotaro back to back. Riley Esports trying to step things up as well as they take down the players of AXP. Vagabonds Nomads, are they on a hunt for the NRX squad? Now they go after 432. 432 is toast, Neptune, if they get caught in the crosshairs of Vagabonds Nomads, who are on the rise to supremacy. They won that second spot, and as discussed, Blackout is the map of the Vagabond squad, and they are on a limb looking for kill after kill, then everything's gonna go their way. It doesn't look like they are about to be stopped anytime soon.
2 teams already eliminated, and if you look at the kills of Vagabonds Nomads, that is mostly coming from them. Only one has been given out when it comes to slay, given out to the rest of the teams. If in case that was like a complete squad wipe for every time Vagabonds Nomads will be moving in on a different team. So I just don't want to be in the place of those opposing this team of the Nomads, because like if they step into that line, most likely you will die out and then the complete squad will be joining.
So far, we haven't seen Vagabonds esports at all. They have, you know, lie down undetected for quite a while. Vagabonds no. Yeah, very first out all the way from the sky here. Their firepower about to be stacked up a little bit more. I mean, if they weren't already powerful, first 7 engagements against the other players, gonna be eternally powerful out this Neptune.
Well, really, I think that they want is to show us power really that needs to be purged at this point. Anyone can do it. Just have a big question mark for that, because a lot of teams, really, well, as we look at the gameplay, especially with HGE right now, with this huge of a map, you being staying outside of safe zone, and a lot of teams are already going for that gatekeep. HGE, it's not looking good for them, especially with Armin Rodzina. I like to see how Cookie really gets those slay from this for the team, because so far he had 5 kills for twice of the rounds that they jump into. So I like to see how Cookie play this out. Armin Rodzina has been doing well when it comes to the kills, even from top teams that we've seen. So I'm surprised that a lot of teams now are popping off, and those that we expect are just falling down quick.
XP Eternals, you better stay as quiet as you can, because Vagabonds Nomads, they are in the vicinity, but you are damn lucky because NRX 432 is their aim. Clyde needs to run for his life. Travis knows he's there, and Travis shuts him down. NRX 432, the next one under the target, under the watchful eyes of Vagabonds Nomads. They are on fire. Of wild shots towards Vagabonds esports themselves. Almighty Prime might just be the next one toasted out as they get caught between both Vagabonds esports and Vagabonds Nomads.
And not looking good for Almighty Prime right now. They are in here, and there's a triangle. And who is it just waiting?
GG.
Halo from NRX 432. I mean, just hang back, bro. Get your turn, because a lot of teams will be fighting. And Yato in there with the God Nade against Claudie. Not looking good for Almighty Prime.
Look at the reposition by Luki. Catches Claudie, shuts him down. Tries to aim for Chibi as well. Virus on the other side. He spots him. But Vagabonds esports, they don't want to continue engaging. Nomads, they potentially have got the players of Almighty gridlocked between them already. And as Nash now hops on into a vehicle, they want to reposition and get out of here. The damage has already been done. Team 12, Almighty Prime, turned into dog tags. But there's yet another survivor from the squad who might just be able to bring them right back in. And the engagement between Nomads and Vagabonds esports, of course, will not continue. They'll peel away from each other. Let's see exactly where that gets them to in that final circle.
The lost opportunity for Virus right now. Tag against one of Vagabond's sports is already prime for them to go in for kill, but they stop in there for the right moment and giving the rest of the teams that V getaway for Vagabond's East. AXP on the other hand not yet spotted, but I think the chase will be continuing on because of the vehicle of Vagabond's Esports. I don't think they'll be able to catch up, but with Meow distracting them, and I am still glad Meow is alive. But how much has he done, as well as the complete fighters in this game? Because flying around can only do you so much. You just need points even on basement.
Timing is perfect. By the time Vagabonds Nomad reaches up to the side of the hill on this side, Vagabonds esports are already gone, so no engagement. The loot available for Nomads to pick up on. 8 slays. And I've got no doubt whatsoever that Nomads are going to rise up to the top and snatch that second spot away very, very soon, Neptune, if this is how they're going to continue, because they've been popping off as soon as this match started. NRX 420, NRX 432, both the NRX squads just eaten up alive by Vagabonds Nomads. And you gotta you gotta understand, that's a huge confidence boost for yourself, man.
if you will be able to down both the teams, definitely, because I would know, especially as I've seen a lot of posts coming from the other like casual players. Just the moment that they take down big brand, it's already a
Yeah.
post. It's already a TikTok out there. So what more if you're in this competition and not so much in the point has been shown big brands, but if and they are the teams that you're trying to gun down, then it's already a confidence for them, and a lot more can be captured because Vitas is next on the target for.
The target for Nomads Fighters might not stand a chance. Nobody else has. Virus with that hit out of the FHJ. Just a little bit off in terms of aim. Needed to wait a single second more. But he pops it out prematurely. FHJ doesn't get that ATV. But you know what will get all of those players on that ATV? The players of Vagabonds Nomads. Joko has been spotted out from afar. Vitus, how in the world do you even do that? And now slowly they are going to take out the final play of NRX 432. Bye-bye, Joko. It has been great knowing you. Yeah, this is a GG, man. They know exactly where he is. Joko, run, brother. You have no hope left in you whatsoever anymore. Travis has you numbered. They go up for a peak. Joko taken out of the equation. Bye-bye, NRX 432.
Jokes on you, Joko. Everyone's nomads are the ones in there, and it's very difficult to get away. Especially with these teams just checking out all the corners, all the horizon, wherever they try to peek, like a kill is closely coming through, and we'll have to see. They are went in for a quick turnaround, aiming for that airdrop, but spotted Vitas on their hill. So have to find out which will be the priority for this airdrop, or will be kills, or probably both, because there's a lot of opportunity for the nomads to play as well as to loot up.
And you got to respect the luck out of Vagabonds Nomads as well, right? They don't check every single corner, but wherever they do check, they always find a player. And that's the kind of luck that you definitely want on your side if you're playing in a Battle Royale, because you don't really get second chances. Sometimes you peek on in there, you might just find a few too many players. But, you know, in terms of luck, Vagabonds Esports and Nomads have just been so phenomenal. The gods of RNG always on their side. And now, once again on their side, is the position out here on the battlefield. Ninja is left to bleed out as Trebo and Matoy are chased down. But once again, Vagabonds Esports on that high hill. And what does Vagabonds Nomads do? Say bye-bye. This is not a team I want to fight. And they get the hell out of there, man.
Vagabonds Esports are showing complete dominance. Even their brothers are backing out from the against them. And this is what the Vagabonds Esports are really up. And I'm quite surprised getting a lot of kills already in this map wherein it's only the third phase going forward. And this is seen that from semifinals, but there's a new tactic that we've seen from the Vagabonds, of course, because most of the time they are silent, will not be showing themselves in there until the third to the fourth phase, and third to the last phase, until a lot is already with ice view. But just be hanging back with three soldiers in there. I think the trickle discipline from is just in, because he don't want to be spotted and then later on being gunned down once he goes in for those shots.
At Travis, Rayon's taken down out of the equation. From up top. I mean, he's just looking at all of these players. Can you shoot? I mean, the bullet won't drop all that too much from your current situation, but I guess he just doesn't want to give away his positioning at all. But don't aim then. Just go for the bro. The guy is just looking around, not doing much. Now when the players are too far away, he starts shooting at them. This guy needs a better plan. 10 in terms of what is in his mag. He doesn't really have a lot of shots available. Virus once again spotted out. Taking his sweet time and not shooting at anyone. And this is giving me high blood. Spectator, go somewhere else.
Well, I don't know. Probably it's just like tagging the position of the teams, and he is in a prime position to really provide the information to the teammates. But there's not much conversion being done by Vita. So even if they spot them, if will be able to spot them, there's really no conversion happening compared to what we've seen from the Nomads as well as Vagabonds Esports. Opportunity to take down Vagabonds and Nomads right now is into the hands of Esports, but we'll have to see who will they prioritize on the kill because so far HGE will be one down. We taken out in here and Virus already out of the game. Travis right now, a quick free in there, but will be able to complete against Maui. And 12 team remains. I think HGE is already out, but how will Travis survive? 9-6, and there you go.
Oh,
Just
he
in the finish
survives.
line.
Oh my lord. Call for Travis. The Vagabonds Esports now. They were tagging up Vagabonds Nomads earlier on and successfully took one player out of the equation. But the rest of the shots out of Nash, as it snapped from player to player, wasn't able to tease Nomads all that too much. And now the sides changed over. They won ABC Mystic, and they open things up with a grenade from Blue from up top. Chalup in a lot of trouble. Nash cuts on deep, and they will be able to shut him down. Blue with the initial shot on Chalup and is finished off by Nash. Hits that rewind perfectly, gets back into the circle, and Vagabonds Esports continues to dominate, but not as much as Vagabonds Nomads. They are phenomenal with the number of kills that they've picked up so far. KKPG trying to Marceline around on that battlefield, finds a spot behind the airdrop and hides behind, but Mystic from the back shuts him down. Blue, come on, Blue. F21, way too accurate.
This is a prime distance that an M21 EVR can be used, especially in this this part of the game where you're in the 5th phase, where a lot of teams are close behind, and I think this is what we've been waiting for from earlier. The battle to continue between Vagabonds Esports and Nomads. Though Vagabonds Nomads was able to get a lot of kills already, I think they will be taken down here by the brothers.
They most definitely will. Now the second kill comes through already, but Vagabonds Esports, not a full squad wipe. Usually when they spot you out, you know you're dead meat. And here comes that closer. Esir, bye-bye. This is the moment you hop on back out there to the lobby as Nash eats him up. Vagabonds Esports, they know that Nomads have taken up enough kills already. Now they want to this next circle. 27 players left in here, and that only means 23 possible kill points for Vagabonds Esports. Travis gets spotted out. Nash just an absolute monster on his tiny mobile phone.
I mean, I don't know how clear it is. I think it's a new one because the lead out there is so clear they can see it. But we'll have to see. The rotations right now, it's a 1-3 split, especially Nash in here taking the lead. But surprise hit coming from the Conquerors and the backstab from Aluki and into the smokes. Well, the smokes a little bit delayed right now. And given that Vagabonds Esports will take advantage. Shots by Yato from behind, and the L position, the 90-degree position for Vagabonds Esports is going to their favor.
Yato just snapping from left to right. He wants to find one, but at the moment, just a little bit too far away from the rest of the players. Four Kings try to take great advantage inside of the circle. Blue gets smoked out. No advantage for him as he tries to circle around. The players on the side of Armin and Rodzina now circling in as Instinct grabs Riley Kotaro, puts him down in the ground, sends him back to the lobby. Luki on the left-hand side. Instinct instinctually just hiding away, but Luki has him numbered and knocks him down onto the ground. That's a little unfortunate as Vagabonds Esports know how to circle around from that right-hand side and cripple the players of 4Ks. Armin and Rodzina in a lot of trouble as well. Although they popped that smoke out, Yato has them numbered, attacking from the left-hand side. And look at the confidence of Vagabonds Esports, splitting up in this final circle, taking the aggressive fights against all of the other teams out there. Samiru has no chance. Blue and Yato clean up house. Kuki gets away, and he tries to shut down the 4Kings on the other side, and he gets both of them!
And there you go. It is who goes in for the backstab against the 4 Kings, and with Cookie dying out of the safe zone. There you go. Vagabonds Esports, right? Nash just pulled out the pillow out there.
I mean, we challenged them to go 6 back-to-back, and this is 4 out of 6 back-to-back. What in the world are we watching? I mean, dominance out of the kills. Definitely not there for Vagabonds Esports this time round. That was taken by their brothers, Vagabonds Nomads, who popped off super early, back-to-back. They knew exactly where to hunt down some kills. And towards that final engagement, who else puts them out of their misery? It's their brothers, Vagabonds Esports, because Big Bro said, okay, calm down. Now it's our turn to pick up those points. And then they went to town with the rest of the players out there in the battlefield. Phenomenal performance from Armin and Rodzina as well as Hawkins to get into that final circle. But dominance-wise, they had nothing on the Vagabond.
I mean, AJ,
Yeah.
even if they're the bottom right now, looking at Travis,
Yeah.
bottom of the screen though, 8 in there on the placement, and Travis with 12 on the kills.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting a lot from the complete squad, but
Yep.
only Travis getting this a lot of kills. I mean, it's really mind blowing.
Yeah, the guy was just absolutely cracked in this matchup, right? 12 slays coming through from him, and a total of, 15, 16 kills coming through from the players of Vagabonds Nomads, and one extra bonus point from placement. It's ridiculous what they've done in this matchup. But their big brothers are a little bit more ridiculous with their consistency. Back to back, back to back, they've managed to get the #1 spot. Although not as dominant in this round with the slays, it really doesn't matter, Neptune. I mean, what in the world, bro? 16 kills they pick up this time round, 10 points from placements, 26 points. My goodness me. This team is insane, and they have broken that 100-point mark in 4 rounds.
As for 6 rounds, AJ, and this is just the start of a blackout, and they're on the way. I just saw the players out there, #sleep well. So I think by the end of this day, if they will be able to get that wins, they will be well, and not so much other teams. But Armin Rodzina going in second place right now. Consistency from Cookie, still getting the 5 kills in his game and 9 in total, together with the 2 from Zemiru as well. 6 KKPG, not so much on this match, but survivability has been done by Cookie at this point. 4 Kings, on the other hand, not on the bottom of this post-game breakdown, as they have a total of 8 kills in there, plus additional placement that they get. It is a 5 point. That placement points a good start for the 4 Kings, right? 4 Kings aces. I think blackout is one thing that they're so familiar of, but so much that they need to put up with the kills as well. But how can you if a lot of teams are already putting in games of slaying the other team?
And, playing the other team that's one of the things that Dow Conquerors did quite well this time around. The consistency is mind-blowing out of this team. Once again, getting up to the top 5 and picking up, 4, 7, 10, 11 kills in that 4th spot. Quite a good run. Riley Esports managing to find their momentum in the game as well, as they pick up a total of 5 kills down at the 5th place. And Most Wanted Vitas with a total of 6 kills in that 6th spot. And we also have got the one and only AXP Kratos making it up to the 7th place with a total of 4 kills on their side. Like what we've already broken down. 16 kills in that 8th spot for Vagabonds Nomads. Insane. Right after we called out both of these teams under the Vagabonds brand of not engaging, that improvement in terms of engagement quickly came through. They found each other out there on the battlefield. But like I said, Vagabonds Esports said, calm down, little brother. It's our time now. It's our moment. And we cannot have you roaming final circle if we want to get those back-to-back wins, get taken out prematurely. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming. But I'm pretty sure we can see more out of Vagabonds Nomads in the next 2 rounds as well. Once again, Blackout belongs to the Vagabonds brand. NRX 432, a little bit better this time around in terms of placement, but only Joko gets that 1 slay. Pity the guy as he got caught out by Nomads a little bit prematurely earlier.
I mean, not good hiding spot. For the viewers out there, don't take that because cited easily by other players. Almighty doing the same thing this time, but I think it's switch of the map that lost the momentum, that made them lost momentum in terms of placement, as well as the kills. Only 2 in here, and 1 from Dre and 1 from Jay. So though Dre was able to manage with a few with that Jackal, so much to convert the team. On the other hand, we have ABC Mister right now. Hayes was in there for them. Jew with 4 and 2 in there, total of 6 points for the kills. Not so much placement, but I think them being spotted in there out in the open, ABC they really had lost that opportunity. Probably a higher ground coming from for them to survive longer. is similar has happened to Vitality as well. So Paul was able to get a 1 point in this game.
Vitality with a single point out of Paul is, I guess, good enough, but obviously we want more out of them. But it's very difficult to pull out performance in a lobby like this. That's just pure dominance. Some of the teams top. The rest of the teams are just turned into feeders as they just continuously feed them in the competition. HG 11 Kratos, we saw a lot of promise from them in the semis, but we only saw them getting truly activated on day number 2. So I'm pretty sure it's a similar storyline here at the finals as well. We'll have to wait for D11 to get turned on. XP Eternals, they have got 2 kills to their side. And ENE Phoenix, this is a surprising bomb out here in this round. They clunk out super early at that 15th spot with just a single slay to their name. And of course, NRX 420 bottom is continued.
Hopefully it won't, but that will depend on the team. But so far, positioning wise, rotation's not working. The moment that they get out of that compound that they're looting up on the early, then they will be gunned down, not one, but 2 teams. So that was especially when they stepped in to that fracking tower. What is happening? So hopefully it will change for NXT because there's a lot of fans out looking forward to NRX 420 pop off and like pulling Babby Sue's ray gun. A little bit of mercy for
I really don't think it's in their hands, Neptune. I mean, technically the mobile phone is in their hands, but the performance out there on the battlefield, I think we need to give this team a little bit more time. Clearly, they're not ready for this level of competition just yet. And the old dominance that we used to see out of this team just nowhere near inside. They keep getting caught out in the open. And this time, Vagabonds Nomads personally took it upon themselves to take them out of the equation. They got one knock. They realized it's NRX 420, and they went berserk in that.
I mean, who wouldn't? Especially with this teams, and we talked about the confidence that you have, and once you get that knock, like it's a different level of adrenaline that teams are getting, especially in the competition. Just is once you get that, you will not let that go, and you place as much as you can. And Vagabonds, of course, Vagabonds Nomads has been doing in this competition, and despite of the effort being done by Armament Arena, even by the 4 Kings, they are being caught off guard in there. And how big your cover is with the satellite that they have, no getting away. And still, Vagabonds Esports will take that win.
In a dominant way, not as dominant as it would have been if Nomads had gotten the number. But it's still dominant.
In the Vagabonds Nomads has a good opportunity, but we'll have to find out what is the gameplay or the plan out here. But I think continuously, Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads, even if they face off, it's Vagabonds Esports will be up top, regardless of which game, which day, which phase. If they go against each other, Vagabonds Esports will have a high potential of taking a win. So, like what I said, it's more of Vagabond Snowman stepping out of the shadow of their brothers, and hopefully that will be happening soon, AJ.
I don't know, right? I don't know if that's going to be happening soon because, once again, Vagabonds Esports, no matter how much Nomads has scrimmed together with them, no matter how much learn from Vagabonds Esports, nobody can emulate that consistency that Vagabonds has been bringing into the competition so far. 4 rounds, all available 40 points, maximum placement point grabbed by Vagabonds Esports. I don't know. Gonna take a quick short break. Final 2 rounds. Let's see if Vagabonds Esports can bag them as well.
New Vision City での重要任務に関する通達を受け取った行くわよ ツボポストヒューロベさん。
何やってんだ。
スイッチブレード起動しました。これでも食らえ。注意移動中です。どうさせ私の
立ちこま援護しろ。
できてるよね。
その調子だ立ちこま。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょ。加藤さんは分かってるな。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
楽しみ。
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Garena Survivors Season 2. This is the legacy of Vagabonds Esports in the making. 4 out of 6 rounds absolutely conquered by the brand, by the team. Nobody else holds a candle performance. There might be some question in terms of how is this even possible in terms of consistency, but it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, what they seem to be doing out there seems to be absolutely fine in terms of dominance, and this team has been dominating every competition in the same way. Anyway, I am the Mustachio AJ down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, the voices that walks you through each and every single one of these matches out there on the battlefield. It has been quite a crazy day so far, Neptune.
Crazy is a understatement, AJ, from what
Yeah.
we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Because so far, like 40 points on placement already, and that's not even the point reach by more than half of
Yeah.
the teams in the total. And that's just placement coming from Backbones. What more with the
Yep.
kills that they offered isolated back out much in the kills because their brothers, their dads has fair share of those place, but I find out as to like, there is a chance for Vagabonds Esports to stop on the remaining 2 rounds, or will the promise be taken in here for all 6 rounds?
And I think the challenge that I've laid out for Vagabonds Esports still stands. Vagabonds
Mhm.
Esports, you're good, and the only ones that can fight you clearly is nobody. And therefore, I am giving you a challenge. You know, like how when you go into a matchup where hitting that legendary title isn't really a challenge anymore. You know you're going to get there. So season
Yeah.
after season after season, Garena Call of Duty Mobile gives you guys challenges to complete just to keep you, a little bit entertained. Yeah, that's what I'm doing for Vagabonds Esports right now, because I know they are bored. They're like, too easy, bro. I mean, they're even taking a nap right after the match. They're like, okay, even if I sleep, I'm still going to pick up points. So the challenge for Vagabonds Esports is, show me what you really got. Show me if you have the quality to take this 6 rounds back to back and make Call of Duty Mobile history for Battle Royale. Because you guys are clearly making history already. Why not take it all the way? 60 out of 60 maximum available placement points. Can you do it with your dominance? I have a sneaky suspicion, a sneaky feeling that they might be able to pull it.
Have it to see, but yeah, I mean, percentage wise, it is a huge chance for Vagabonds Esports to pull off that 6 wins. But for the kills, I mean, challenge is to take out the biggest slayers in contention to them, which is
Yep.
Vagabonds and Nomads. So if they can do that as well, then they can get a lot of wins in here. Because in a bit, we're going what we're talking about when we're talking about when in terms of dominant points is outrageous, AJ.
Outrageous is I want to see more. I mean, if you've shown that this is possible, I want to see more. I want to see how far can Vagabonds East. I want to see how far can they tease the other teams. The leaderboards is ready, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Without further ado, let's see exactly how the dominance of Vagabonds Esports looks like. 106 points up top. Vagabonds Esports are ridiculously good at Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale.
This is one thing that can only be done by Vagabonds Esports in here. Not even ending the day, they cross that one mark already. Like what mentioned, like in terms of points, it's not even half that. All the teams combined, no, all the teams out here. Imagine from Armament Rosina up until the bottom, no one has reached 40 from them, and that's just placement. They are trying to catch up for. What more with the kills? 66 on the kills, and Nomad's on their way, tying it up with the Conquerors, but with rounds wherein they can perform better still, I don't think they'll be able to catch up in probably overcome the Conquerors on the second place. That is a huge possibility at this point.
I mean, they've already doubled the placement points that they do have in comparison to what the Conquerors have. And after this next match, there is a probability that they might double the kill point. Well, and you know, sure as hell, they are looking to double or even triple the placement points that they hold. Sorry, the total points they hold over all of the other teams a little bit later on. And I think that they might just be able to get this done, man. Vagabonds Esports, a cut above every other team. And now, not only do they have to continue dominating, but they have to show us whether they accept the challenge and how well they can execute the challenge as well. 6 rounds, 60 placement points. This is to break all records. This is to make a record of their own at Garena Survivors. Let's see if they can get it done. But to chat a little bit about the other teams in here, I'm going to skip over the Conquerors. Yeah, I love you, Conquerors. You guys are consistent. Much love to you. But I want to talk about Vagabonds Nomads. We talked about them. We talked about how they're going to be able to climb the leaderboard by the time it's all over, grab that second spot. And, initially in the first 2 rounds, after the third round even, it didn't seem to be the case. But just in round number 4 was enough for them to bounce up to the third spot, and now they hold on to 41 points. All they need to hope and pray for Conquerors to bomb out in the next round, and to take a little bit more of a catch-up point against the Conquerors by the end of round 6, get that second spot so that this can truly be no longer Garena Survivors, but just the Vagabond Survivors.
A huge change in there on the name. I mean, we'll have to find out because so far, because this is the second season, and we were expecting that a lot of teams has learned a lot from the first season. Or I think it's mostly Vagabond fan who's getting the upgrade and update, similar to every time the game is being updated. And well, I'm quite sure when will they be nerfed at this point because so far they've been in there buffed and buffed every time, AJ.
I don't know how much buff they want to get on the side. I think that there's an expiry date to everything. So you better enjoy it whilst it lasts, right? Make the most out of it whilst it lasts. That's why I'm challenging them to break records in here today. You don't always get that high momentum. Okay, like except if you're Vagabonds in high momentum, throne kings themselves and took the throne for yourself. You broke the spirits of the kings, and then from then on, you were just dominating the scene for the longest of time to a point where you're now gods of CODM BR. You're untouchable. You're absolutely immovable. You are a mountain. People can try to climb over you, but they ain't gonna be moving you anywhere, man. That's what Vagabonds Esports is in the so far. And I haven't seen anyone reach that quality yet. Even though Vagabonds Nomads chunks out some quality, but I haven't seen them match up to what Vagabonds themselves can bring into the, which is just shocking, my friend, mind blowing.
That's the usual question that we have. The usual question that we ask is who will be challenging, taking them down? Riley is attempting to do that, but or not so much into the fight. So we'll have to see who else will be putting in that gameplay. But as we look into the fight right now, Hydrodam will be in there taken by two teams. It's not just the Four Kings Aces anymore. It is also another team here from Riley Esports. So have to see the split from Riley Esports might be a damage for him because all four members of the Four Kings Aces be dropping in.
4 members all going in for the hop, and Fracking Tower is going to get a little crowded here as NRX 432 takes the hot drop against Dow Conquerors. 432, you better step it out, man, because Dow Conquerors have been so consistent in the competition so far. This hot drop is a terrible idea. And NRX 432, they better figure out exactly, how they're going to be pulling this off. And God forbid they pick up some bad loots, because they're going to need every single bit of firepower that they can afford to have on their side to take on one of the most consistent squads out there on the battlefield.
Very difficult, especially as he's not. But it is also a smart move from this team of the Conquerors, not really to go and engage. They have a backup plan, especially the compound that is south of this area. And X432 will be left in there to get a lot of loots, and with a scan, it will not be reaching Conqueror. So might be seeing, or we might be seeing NRX432 survive a little bit as they jump in onto blackout, and they're even challenging the teams despite of how they have been left in there behind in the compound.
I think that things are going to be changing a little bit for these teams as they push on out there. Opportunity to catch up with the rest of the members out there on the battlefield seems to be a little iffy here, because NRX 432 don't have that high ground advantage that BVV holds on to, and Dre pops on out. Bye Halo. Back to the lobby. This potentially might be for Keys Halo as they wait for Glad and Joko to wrap things up. This is once again that weak open grounds combat. NRX 432 pops on into, they're making me cough because of this terrible fight that they're taking. I mean, time and time again, I've talked about this. NRX 432, they just cannot sustain those open grounds, and yet they still force it.
And that's one thing, like we already pointed out in here, that they are already safe, but still went in for the challenge. Yes, it's early. Might have taken advantage in here, but this is not looking good for them. Sacred will be taken down with Joko in there, but Sacred as well as Glad eliminated. First team again, is NRX 432 a little bit too aggressive to my liking, especially as they have lost that high ground advantage earlier on as Conquerors pulled back in there. I was quite surprised. Like, already pulling out. You know that you're not doing well in terms of placement, or in terms of kills, and why not leave it be and then wait for it later
Yeah.
on? I have to find out what will be the game plan of NRX 432 on the next round, and last chance for them to play in this day.
420 just has to stay silent here as D-Sync is quite annoying up here with the Jackal. He's trying to tag them up as he flies by. Going to be a problem because it looks like D-Sync has got an eye out for them. And the information gets passed back through to the rest of the players who are coming on in for a shutdown. This is just a wrap around the compound of NRX 420. AXP Eternals, do you know what you're doing? 420, yes, they've been out, but they might just be able to strike back. D-Sync from up top, and he's got that high ground advantage. Now hops on in. This is just an attack from all angles against that 420 squad. And D-Sync, this is a big one. Cluster for the damage. And as everybody hops on out, good rewind played, but D-Sync rewinds as well. Blink outside, gets bagged by Mizuki Cutie, and this is a phenomenal attack by AXP Turtles.
And that's one thing that you don't want to happen. Being stuck in a room right now. It's a good thing that Pappy is in there. It's a good shot and will be able to take down Viper and slow the approach. But one will be taken down once again. It's Ray Gun, and it's now Pappy who needs to pick up Zeus. But with the time spent already, Pappy will not be able to survive that. And the takedown right now. NRX of 20 is in here at bay, and the team eliminated by AXP.
AXP had their number. The moment they found out it was NRX 420, they just swooped in like vultures, man. They don't care. They know that NRX 420 is currently nerfed in the competition, and that's just easy points, easy kill points to continue to collect and walk on up. Mizuki Cutie, he knows exactly what it is. No emotes, but he's moving his head up and down. He knows the job is done.
Yeah. And it's not good team. There's a little bit in there, but not so much against Maui. It's Cookie in there. SMR as a gameplay, and it's now left to Burn. How can Burn survive? No, there's a team on top of him, but the battle continues as KKPG in there. No, it is Nyx. Takes down Peyton in there on the steal. Nyx right now trying to take down Meow, that Jackal, and well, he does and needs to fight through because Armin Radzina is not going down that easily, especially as they are a complete squad and they need to make do with this player.
Now's around the battle. The Jackal's gonna continue roaring. One and only Armin and Radzina has been very fantastic with their engagements, especially Cookie. And what he was able to do in that final circle earlier on, he single-handedly finished off 2 players from the side of 4 Kings, and they didn't even see coming. And they were just a little too preoccupied trying to spot out the players of Vagabond Esports in that final circle.
And that's one thing, like if you are distracted and not really focused on everyone in your surrounding, you taking down backstab. And the same goes for Almighty earlier with the push of Vagabond. So they really need to put in a lot of focus in this game as well as their surrounding. Not so much for Burn in, as a Burn will be 5 and probably get the dog tags on the side. Back to Nomads on the other hand, still trying to chase a dog on the slays, and they are starting it off in getting the arsenal leading on, popping off with a
Cookie Cutie once again strikes alongside Kimi SH. AXP Eternals popping off on the battlefield, man. D-Sync opportunity. Bye-bye, Trevor. Oh, he slides away, but D-Sync knows D-Sync this time. Manages to grab him before he gets away. Riley Watts up top, but AXP Eternals are in a dominating mood this time. Round 2 vehicles out there on the battlefield. The motorcycle, the perfect one. Boom around everywhere as they continue picking up kills, because this seems to be a dominant showing by AXP Turtles this time round at Blackout.
And this is what I'm talking about. The moment you get this a good amount of slays against a different team, probably 2, then you get out. and reposition. Find a different team that you can challenge, but not in that way wherein you're going to push your teammates afar. Because that if someone was waiting in there under the bush, might be taken down. So we'll have to find out how well AXP will gather more of this place because this is one team that is expected. Killing killing can be done by AXP and especially as the Nomads is nowhere in sight. But for the team of Riley, they might be it's Watts whom ENE Phoenix at this point. Motorcycle can be taken, but it needs to get the dog tags, and ENE Phoenix will not let that go that easily.
Play the game of patience to wait for the rest of the team members, but Nomads, they go after Almighty Prime, and Almighty Prime is all surrounded. Dre tries to run away as quickly as possible, leaving Chibi behind. Those dog tags aren't going to be picking up themselves, so Dre and Claudie, they have to find a way to get back in here. As you can see, Chase has already run away as far as possible. He's nowhere near the vicinity to help his team members respond against the Vagabonds Nomads.
And underwater, we have a Vagabonds esports right now. To be seen, and I think Vagabonds no not be waiting as well unless Almighty will give us a little bit hint of the position. So Ender right now is in here into the waters, checking. Will be anyone showing themselves, but even within 3 teams in this compound, no one in this area, no one will be by the Nomads and hope of get. Oh no, I spoke too soon. There goes Blue, but Blue will be able to fire back, and Luki and Yato be taken out. Now, how will this be? What will be the Vagabonds Nomads right now? It's Vagabonds first, and now left Blue, and this might be the lost chance. Looking for 6 rounds.
Yeah, you better stay here and finish him off, Vagabonds Nomads, because clearly you have information now. But Nomad says, thank you very much. The job is done. We are getting out of here. We need to do something else. We are a little busy. We remembered that we have an appointment a little bit later on. And Blue continues picking up those slays as he moves on now to pick up those dog tags. But Blue needs to be a little bit more careful as Claudie shuts him down from the back. That was unexpected. And now it's all up for Vagabonds Nomads to pick up the final pieces. They turn right round. They know what's happened and they need revenge. Claudie, you messed up, brother. You went in for the wrong team. And Virus tries to shut him down. Claudie down underwater. 30 HP left on his side. And this looks like it's gonna be a GG for the Almighty Squad.
No way but up right now on this water. And once you get that head, especially for the teams against this Vagabonds Nomads, well, they will be gunning you down. But right now, I think it's a pull out because of how it hurts HP in terms of the safe zone and need to move in. Lost opportunity for Vagabonds Nomads right now, and a chance for All Might to get back, especially with the scan being done by Claudie. But, well, I find out 3 kills already for the name of Vagabonds and Nomads, and I will not be surprised if they will get not just a decent amount of kills, but also that #1 spot, agent.
I think out Vagabonds spots, Nomads have nobody to stop them. I mean, Big Brothers themselves have gotten taken out of the equation already, and therefore that's an automatic approval for Nomads to go crazy, to get into that final circle and just go ballistic. Take everybody to down. 36 players out there on the battlefield. 34 potential kill points for Vagabonds Nomads to rip away that second spot. And I feel like they're going in for exactly that. AXP. This is AXP Eternals, who have been phenomenal in this round so far, but they've slowed down their kills. They've slowed down their speed after that 7th earlier. They don't want to push their luck all that too.
Yeah, I mean, that will be depending on position that they have, because the moment that they step out, they will be spotted in here. And I think the gunshots has been fired by a lot of teams around. This time, the airdrop will be pulling in not only the 4 Kings, but also the attention of Vidas right now. Smokes, smart move coming from 4 Kings right here, but the spam will be done by ha ha ha. No damage just yet. And unfortunate for Vidas, there's no nades SMRS going in for the plague. And Four Kings will be surviving and taking this compound. But there goes Meow being taken down by Kimish from the other.
Backing up one and only Ha, who takes that high ground advantage to play against all of the other teams. And the bird's eye view might be good, but Smooth is giving me a migraine a little bit. Walking's on the other side. Oh, he spots out two players. Bye-bye. Final shot for Kuzma. But his opponent just slides away to safety. Neki now stops on out. Kuzma says, hello. Take a couple of shots from my M21. But the M21, just not enough firepower out of each and every single connection of those bullets to bring those players down. Riley Esports, on the other hand, they lose their players. And Kimmy, out of nowhere, shut down from up top. I mean, there's an expiry timer to that high ground advantage that you hold as you make so much of noise, Neptune. Other players are bound to catch you off guard.
And I think Vidas are like assuming that it's a Four Kings making those slays, and that will be AXP on the other side because two slays already, and they're only ones inside. So we're still wondering where Kimmy is, but on the other side, like we have the Conqueror, a lot of kills in there in this area, and they're just like scrambling to get this loot because it's not only them in this point. We also have this team of ENE Phoenix, but the play will be done, and Supre will be dying out of the safe zone with the vehicles. You have the Conquerors who have a good chance to survive and move in together with a safe zone, but just left to where they can position themselves because looking at an open area right now, teams might have taken that already, as 9 teams are still alive and kicking.
9 teams still alive and kicking, but how many can kick out the one and only Vagabonds Nomads who are aiming for the #1 spot? Nomads, Team 9, turned into dog tags, and you know that AXP Turtles might just be able to make quick work of them. They've managed to shut down a couple of them already, and as they circle around, Virus still alive and kicking, but Virus is going to run out of time if he doesn't act now, Neptune.
Need to act now, really. And there goes Akemi. They are now on a spray against ABC, and even Michael. That is just the damage that this team can do. This Sing right now going in for the cleanup, and imagine AJ 12 kills from the 7 that we've seen earlier. A quick 5 slays in this round, and Nomads right now will be their next target, and they need move fast. They need to move in. Otherwise, they might be taken down here the moment the rest of the teams comes back. And coming back is what's happening right now for the Nomads.
I didn't even know the Nomads actually managed to pick up all of those dog tags. It looked like it was still out on the open ground, but they somehow managed to sneak that away. Virus brings them back. Travis goes to town. Chase taken out. Travis just got back and is already. My goodness, what can stop the players of Vagabonds Nomads? I think nothing.
I mean, that is a clear representation of Vagabonds and Nomads, and no one can stop them, similar to their brother. But the brothers has been stuck in there. I think they have a week of pneumonia because they spent so much time in there underwater, and they were taken out, even out cold in there by All Might. But it is also of all losing their chance, and so hopefully that will be the case for most of the rounds, especially for this day #1, because what we hoping for is other teams to take that #1 spot for this game.
They want is everybody wants the exact same thing. You gotta fight your way back up there. And Vagabonds Nomads, as quickly as AXP Eternals made quick work of them, they are right back in the fight. But now, open grounds. This is the opportunity for Eternals once again. Virus gets tagged up. 2 shots back to back. He uses the bridge halfway through, and he manages to recover a little bit of his armor. But open grounds, really not a place where you want to be running around when Kimmy SH is holding on to this high ground. And the 4 Kings, as we saw them earlier on, still in here in the exact same compound, trying to catch out all of the other players. Kimmy SH just a little bit too far away from the edge of the circle, slides on in, pulls out the snowboard, Wiper shuts down Wanted, then it's all out chaos in this final circle.
Jimmy is still alive, but missed that opportunity for kill against a Virus. But AXP is in a good position right now, and the heady that they can take in here might give them that opportunity play, especially as a Vita as a left out from the outside. And and there a quick move with a ninja, but get away using that snowboard. And Viper will be taken down. A Virus right now trying to go in for fallback against the four Kings, and Virus be armoring up as Esser will be knocked down, but there goes Instinct for the kill as well. Seeing and feeling gunshots coming from the Nomads give them their location.
Kings with dangerous here, 57 HP. He sneaks on outside of the circle just so that he can get that vantage point for the toss of the grenade. Negi just playing with fire here, needs to hop on out and away. KKPG drops by to say hello to BBB Sacred, knocks him down onto the ground. M4 LMG too souped up, but he's running out of bullets. Thankfully, he will be able to loot up his opponent, who gives him 400 bullets to replace a little bit. Cookie from up top says, get the hell out of here. No matter how much you loot, you cannot take the best out of me. Vagabond Snowmads continues to go to town. They shut down 4 Kings, and the 4 Kings in a lot of trouble. They have no response for Vagabond Nomads.
Well, Four Kings is a good location, but they spent a long time in there, and they will be hunted. They will be taken down the moment that they other team has a chance, and that is a chance that the Nomads has taken. Cookie right now is in here, seeing those bullets coming from the Nomads. Try to go in for SMRS, but with the smoke being released, has lost out that opportunity, and I think this is the final moment that we have with the 2 teams remaining and this compound. It is just the Nomads who will be stopping them, gatekeeping them, and as predicted, the Nomads taking the win in this game. Still, Vagabonds man takes that win.
Hey, the prediction's way too easy in this competition, man. I mean, you know, we don't deserve any praises. It's just so easy to see exactly who's going to dominate, who's going to win, and who's allowed to win. Vagabonds Nomads stepping up as their brothers Vagabonds Esports themselves get taken down. You know, the plan between the Nomads and Esports kind of broke down a little too much. Yes, there was a little bit of return fire, but they didn't expect Almighty Prime to end the run of their big brothers just like that. They were supposed to survive because, you know, Nomads had already pulled away from that fight. They didn't really want to take that engagement anymore against the players of Vagabonds Esports. And out of nowhere, Almighty Prime decides to take it upon themselves. Claudie, with that single kill that he got, it was a big kill because it was on the final player of Vagabonds Esports, and that just pissed the Nomads off. They circled right back round, they eliminated Almighty, and then they went on to win the whole lobby in itself. But it came so close, though, for the players of AXP Eternals to take them out of the. And as you can see, Kimi SH picking up a solid number of kills there. They were running the second last circle to perfection with that high ground advantage played with the M21 EBR. And they managed to tag up a lot of these players, especially from Nomads as well, managing to shut them down to a certain degree. But I don't know how they picked up all of those dog tags, but they very quickly did so. And Virus, as the solo survivor, revived the whole team. This team came back through, and usually when you're down in that final circle on that revive flight, you're a sitting duck, Neptune, not Vagabonds Nomads. They drop right back in, and up to the top they went.
I mean, it's more of surviving, guarding the loot crate of teammate, but with a complete squad and taking the win, this is a complete turnaround being done ads right here. And I think it's a little bit more of a lot of engagement is happening at like final stretch on that final basis of the circuit. AXP has a good advantage to go in for elimination, but the distraction from gunshots coming in different direction can throw off your mission of eliminating a complete squad, especially as you don't have a visibility if a squad is eliminated. It's just that yes, you get that slate, yes, you get that like the takedown, but until you really don't see them on the kill feed later on, they're out already out, as well as when the character of the team are moving down or coming down. It's very difficult to track all of that. And just in case they're tracking, I don't know how can they do that and also take down Vagabonds Nomad. Survivability plus the slaying power, especially for the side of Travis. This is the second time that we're seeing a 12 points from Vagabonds Nomad. One member.
You actually have a very good point, and the consistency is stupidly mind-blowing. from Travis. 12 kills in the previous round. 12. What in the world is even happening out here, man? I cannot believe I'm even shoutcasting, a competition like this. I cannot even believe I'm actually witnessing all of this live as it breaks down out there on the battlefield. All I can do is just feel pity for all of the other teams who are not under the Vagabonds brand because, they're just fighting a losing battle, man. At the moment, it just looks like, Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads are the two final bosses that you probably are going to be breaking your console over because you're never going to beat them, Neptune.
Well, hopes are still there, but hopefully not dying for some of the teams, especially for those are trying to move up the leaderboards. And number one is already off the table, AJ. We already talked about that. That 10,000 is already off, already taken by the team, especially with performance of this day, unless they sleep, literally sleep all throughout one round, and there will be other team. But for those trying to catch up, like they want Vagabond Esports and Nomads to be taken down early, so that will give them a better chance of focusing and playing, like pulling out the strats that they have to great extent and not worrying as this Vagabond will be slaying them later on. Just, it is what it is, AJ.
I mean, to any teams who try to take Vagabonds or Nomads out in the early game, good luck to you. I don't think they are going to go down that easy. This team is just too frighteningly powerful. Never seen such dominance in a game before out of a certain brand, out of a very specific team, so consistently back to back. If it wasn't for that failed plan between players of Vagabonds Esports and the very clunky engagement between teams, things would have been different. And I'm very sure we would have seen Vagabonds Esports win this matchup as well. But Travis had to take it upon himself to lead the team to success as he slayed his way up to victory in the number one spot. But let's focus a little bit on the performance of some of the other teams down here as well. Can see Team Dow Vitas picking up a solid 7 kills in that fourth spot. That's good on them. But Four Kings purely playing placement points this time round. Although that's really not too much to shout about it. Barely any kills in there. In fact, 0 kills. Team 11, your one and only Dow Conquerors, on the other hand, managed to pick up a solid 8 points for themselves through plays and a couple of placement points as well. And AXP Eternals, this team was super fantastic, super impressive in this round. 1 placement point, but apart from that, they've got nothing to worry about because 14 overall, they pick up 30 kills down here at that 7th spot. Almighty Prime, a little unlucky. They picked on they should have finished off the players of Vagabonds a little bit quicker. What they did not expect was for Nomads to make that U-turn and snuff them out for doing so. Here comes ENE Phoenix. The kind of consistency we used at the semis are not possible down here at the grand finals. A total of 4 kills for them. Riley Esports bombs out in the 10th spot. 3 kills overall. Vagabonds Esports with a single kill. They wanted to get to the final circle before they started slaying. And the one thing they did not expect happened out there on the battlefield. So after dominating 4 back-to-back rounds, 5th round, they unfortunately bomb out.
Well, we'll have to find out if this is one thing that really caught Vagabonds momentum to stop completely, because we've seen that. Like the moment that they lost a challenge, they might give this because they have a good advantage already. And what I said, they can sleep this out, and that has been called even from the previous season. So it is possible they can rest this one out. Probably another underwater gameplay. I'll find out how will that. But going back to scoreboard, Vitality, their fight 10 picking 3 wins for the kills, and the HGE kill Trevor from EXP with 2 kills, and NRX 420. Tabi only taking 1 and 15 spot. NRX 432 with that early engagement against the Conquerors. No points at all.
No points at all for. And that is a little bit of a surprise, if you ask me, because NRX very capable out there on the battlefield. something a little off with their plays. They can't find the consistency within themselves to get into that final circle. They can't even find kills. And talking about 432, we have to talk about 420 as well, not because they're under the same brand, but because they're in the 15th spot. Only Pabi managing to get a single kill in that whole engagement. And I think it was just a little bit too soft for the players of NRX 420. But at the very same time, a little bit of bad luck in the whole. Well, mainly because they dropped so close to the players of AXP Eternals, who also had the Jackal on their side. And the moment they spotted players beside their compound, it was a game of kill or be killed. They went out, they found NRX 420, and they were delighted. I mean, because NRX 420 isn't really, super aggressive in the current competition, in the grand finals. They saw to it as the perfect opportunity to pick up 4 points. And they were right. That was the right decision. They managed to pick up all 4 points.
That one thing can do, like it started off with elimination early into the game, and well, with the 4 points that has been gathered in here from NRX 420, it's a good running for AXP. And this is at the moment where we saw that even before it has been read already that NRX 420 will have a little bit trouble because they've taken one compound, one room to be exact. And with that information coming from that vehicle from the Jackal, then that will hold them off as a target, walking target, and it's just about time. They are like it's just a matter of time before they will be taken down. So AXP really is in a good running, especially with the kills that they have right now. How consistent can they be? We'll have to find out because this time on the final stretch of this game, not so much of Vagabond esports, just a fight to distract anyone out all those.
In terms of pulling away kills, I don't think anybody was as proficient as Vagabond's Nomads. Once again, this was a dying play from Nomads, right? They got taken down, and Virus was the only surviving member, bringing all 3 players back into the game. They dropped back in. No problem of securing loot. No problem of securing the. No problem of securing the firepower to grab that #1 spot. Vagabond's esports might have not been able to take the win on round number 5, but Vagabonds have won this 5 rounds back to back.
An achievement from the brand right now, and it's somewhat expected, but not so much in day #1. Probably it's because that
Yeah.
pushed in the Nomads to get this kill or this win at this point. But we'll have to ask AJ, will it be another Nomad win in the last round later on, or probably will be trying to take that back at least 5 out of 6 in this?
Vagabonds, the brand itself is just making me look good, man. I think my calls today has been phenomenally accurate, not only with the dominance of Vagabonds esports, but also with Vagabonds Nomads grabbing that 2nd spot before we are done. Guess what? Vagabonds Nomads, here they are in the #1 spot, on the way to the 2nd spot overall as well. It's just going to be a competition that has to be aimed to the Vagabond survivors, because when the Vagabonds are surviving, nobody else survives in the lobby. But the challenge is still open. Vagabonds esports, maybe not 6 out of 6, but can you make it 5 out of 6? We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, potentially another Vagabonds dominance. Be right back.
New Vision City での重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。 すごくポストヒューさ。
何やってんだ。
スイッチブレード起動しました。これでも食らえ。注意移動中です。操作さ私の
ちこま援護しろ。その調子だ、立ちこま。お前はよくやってるよ。
でしょ。あとさんは分かってるな。
ニュービジョンシティでの重要任務に関する通達を受け取った。行くわよ。
楽しみ。
Welcome back, soldiers, and this is still Garena Survivors Season 2, where the legacy of Vagabond's brand is being instilled into everyone. This is just a round or day number 1, and we are getting to the last round of this day. And so far today, we've seen complete Vagabond domination. Still
Yeah.
going to bring you the action for the last round. I am in the jump. Together with me is my dear friend Show AJ, and so far today, with Vagabonds taking that 5th round, it is a possibility either one of them will take the 6th.
I don't even know why is this a question anymore, Neptune. I think it's a guarantee, bro. This competition belongs to Vagabond. You know, I feel like all of the other teams, although they show that they've got quality, they are playing it on tier 2. You know, Vagabond's esports are not just playing it at 1, they're playing a cut above tier 1. They are in their own tier that they've created up there already, and nobody can dance their game. Except when Vagabond Snowman steps in, and you know they get to shut them down a little bit. And I think that that whole engagement didn't go as planned at all. It was just a little bit too chaotic. And the one equation, that one little, puzzle piece that they forgot about was Almighty Prime being in the vicinity as well, with the opportunity to take advantage. And the players of Vagabond Sports kind of bombed out. But I'm most curious about now, after not performing much in the first 3 rounds, how quickly has Vagabond Snow caught up to that second spot? Are they already in there, or are they at arm's length away from that second place? Because I know that previous round was huge for Vagabonds. Let's take a quick look at the overall leaderboard to see exactly how this brand is doing.
Let's find out
In a
really
little bit.
how far will they be in there with the performance that they have previous round. So
Yeah.
let's see, because I think checking is seconds we're going to do that. But there you go. Let's check out the leaderboard right now. But before that, we have code right here, and I was saying in the comment section that for the lucky box cube shown right now, saying in the comment section earlier, if I will team AJ, going to name them code. At least there's a lot of cheers out there in the comment section.
I'm sure the whole of the God community will be cheering for your team non-stop, man. Everybody wants to see the code. Everybody wants the code to appear all the time. And that'll be the popular in the whole world of Call of Duty Mobile. In fact, the whole world of sports, right? But check it out, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The Lucky Box coupon all for you. Thank you so much for making this broadcast fantastic with all your likes and your shares as well. If you haven't dropped that like, what are you waiting for? You know, you are hurting our feelings. Please give us that thumbs up. Please drop that love. More importantly, if you love Battle Royale, if you love Call of Duty Mobile, hit that share as well. Now, for the serious stuff, let's look at the leaderboard and see the dominance. One brand is points.
Easy. Easy. Not even an arm's length. It's not even a palm's length. Like I was showing
It's
earlier.
like a finger's length, bro.
Right, exactly. And like, I'm not quite sure if you heard of the joke, how you measure the water when you. That's the only length.
Yes. It's an Asian thing. An Asian thing. I was actually very surprised to find out that it is not common knowledge around the world. Only Asians know the little finger trick to measure, to cook perfect rice, right? They all live on rice, but vagabonds, I don't know what they eat. They clearly don't just eat rice out there. But their lead just clearly got cut down a little bit after they bombed out in the previous round. Now, I'm curious as to whether or not they are going to go berserk in the following one just because they got downed out with a single point their name.
I'm seeing, expecting probably this will be a chance for Vagabonds, because I'm really thinking why they ended up in the one for Vagabonds East. Probably this part of the gameplay that they have. It's seldom that they go in for the water gameplay, so probably they're just letting this game slide. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Vagabonds Nomads has a good chance to really get another win and overtake the second place in here, get close to Vagabonds. But for the movement of Armament Regina, this is a real surprise. With Cookie, consistently, if the same that we've seen from Travis earlier with 12 consistent kills from 2 rounds, previously, it is Armament Rosina Cookie has getting 5 slays. And even if they can be, if they will not be getting that placement with the kills that they're getting, especially with Armament Rosina Cookie, this will be a good stride for the team to move up higher onto the leaderboards, probably catch up to the Conquerors if the Conquerors are.
And I think the probability of Rodzina Esports continuing to climb up leaderboard is going to be high here. And like you said, Cookie has been quite an integral member of the Armand Rodzina Esports squad. But also Almighty Prime, we've seen bouts of inconsistencies from the team. But today, they just don't seem to be chugging out all of that firepower out there on the battlefield. As anticipated, it's Vagabonds Nomads that follows up with Vagabonds Esports. When it comes to the dominance through gunfights, they have got the second highest number of kills. And Almighty Prime, they need to find that stride as well if they want to top. AXP Eternals, the earlier round was phenomenal from them. They did manage to chug out quite a number of kills. But what they didn't manage to do is find the placement points, which is crazy because they were doing so well.
There's one thing that they're really looking for them is with the placement point that they can pull, especially challenge against top teams. But this is one thing that we can expect from kills after kills. If we compare what they're doing compared to the other, they're doing very well. And we'll have to find out if that will be the case in this round. Challenge of Vagabonds Esports and Nomads really it provides or shows us the threat of the Vagabond brand against all teams. And they're into play, a lot of distraction, a lot of gameplay been broken already, AJ.
Final circle, final map at Blackout will have a very convenient flight path that opens up the full of this Blackout map for the team to not take a hot drop against each other. So Team Dow Conquerors once again going up against NRX 432 at Fracking Tower. This is the kind of fracking engagement I don't want to see so early in the game.
Yeah, hopefully NRX 432 will be able to change the result of this battle if they started off once again, because earlier like they were baited, take the chase, and that bait coming in from the Conqueror didn't look good. Literally didn't look well for NRX 432 when they are expecting to get a kills, probably good placement later on, eliminated early. So how will that work? Now we are looking at it, guys. Expect that the teams are playing an FPP, and we're just looking at it on TPP. So I know you miss the TPP visuals, and just giving you a glimpse of what it was previously. This time FPP, and as we mentioned, it is the Conqueror going against NRX 432, and from the way looking on the minimap, it is 432 is backing away from this area, giving it to the Conqueror.
Giving it to the Conquerors indeed, but NRX 432 better hope and pray they do not get backstabbed as they run away from this compound, because the compound kind of curves upwards. So even as you run away, you're going to get to that high ground, but you're not going to get all the way to the top just yet. And the players of Conqueror Squad can just turn around and snuff you out. So NRX 432 playing with fire here after they take that hot drop. I don't know whether they were expecting their opponents to get away or what, but the Conquerors are very clear with their approach to this matchup. They want to do nothing else other than conquer. You can see that through their points up there on the leaderboard. They have been consistent enough to get up to that second place. But they better savor that moment very, very, deeply before the Vagabond Snowman squad replaces them, pushes them down into spot, because this might just be the round that happens, Neptune.
Well, there's no other chance for Vagabonds to take that, especially as their mind and they really want to end on the second place. They want the Vagabonds brands to prove they will not be taken down, whether it's the esports main team or the Nomads team. They will take the top spot right here, and the Conqueror just need to be a little bit more safe side so that they can survive longer, and if they can challenge the Nomads, because at this point with the way that Travis is making it kills, need not only to get a good placement but to beat the kills that Travis can do. Imagine that, 12 kills on the toughest, baddest competition in Battle Royale for the Garena Call of Duty mobile, and not a lot can do that 12 kills, AJ.
What is happening? Players of AXP Eternal seems to have the numbers of NRX 420. They're calling them in the background like, hey bro, where you at, man? Let us join you for a cup of tea. NRX 420 unfortunately gives away their location, and now they have to deal with the AXP Eternal squad coming for blood, man. Now the player's getting hacked up. This is going to be an issue. Papi just recovers a little bit of his armor, and Raygun right in front. And once again, NRX 420 playing the exact same type of defense, all camping together, not taking that aggressive fight out at all.
And it's the same team who's challenging them. AXP, if I'm not mistaken. And there goes a one. There
Oh
goes
my
a
God.
two. Zeus and Bambi already out for the count. The Blink is in there, just hanging back onto the other side inside the smoke. And Blink will be taken down as well. It is now left to one, but Raygun will be taken down. And NRX 420, bye bye.
Aye, aye. I mean, this is a repeat of semifinals one and their performance at semifinals. Right? They didn't wake up. In fact, they got snuffed out good on the first day of semifinals one, and it seems to be repeating here at the grand finals. Yes, I understand that it's a totally different ball game, and the teams here are just a step above crazy. But you gotta find your positioning. You gotta take a little bit of these aggressive moves at all. But it doesn't seem like NRX 420 wants to get aggressive out there on the battlefield. All they've done is just play defensive so far, Neptune, which I am actually very surprised about.
Like, not quite sure what the tactic is, but I'm pretty sure they know how other teams are doing it. With Pabi in there as a sniper, they can utilize him to get a better information as well as better position, but not inside a room. They can even outlive other teams in there if they take a slightly higher ground and gun them down. But probably it is the case of taking the edge of the safe zone, waiting for that next phase to close in before they make that move. But with AXP getting aggressive, especially with the kills that they are getting all throughout, and it's just a lost opportunity and bad luck, I would say. NX 420 at that.
Yeah, that's like the worst luck you can have, not just bad luck. Like in the history of all lucks, that's the worst that you can pick up for yourself, right? Because not once but twice. And you know, initially as they took that drop, they were nowhere close to XP Eternals. I don't even know how XP Eternals stumbled upon them. They turn the corner, they find some footsteps, they go in to check out exactly who it is, and they find the players of NRX 420. And Jabi, to take a lesson from the players of the Vagabonds esports, if he wants to spot players underwater. Kuzma can't find anything. Sekre hops on in, and bye-bye, Sekre, says Kuzma. Just too easy of a takedown for him.
And this is a good move for Vagabond's Nomad because Conqueror is already out. Now we have Ezra right now and taking out Blue at this, looking for the rest of the teams. I think they will not be backing down, but
No.
I spoke too soon. I think they heard me. I should have been so
Sangala?
loud, AJ.
The hell? You better get back in there, Nomads! You better get back in there right now! And they're going back, they heard me. Okay, let's see if they can keep an eye on their big brothers right. Liu Qi and opportunity from up top. Nash hits that rewind, but dog tag back in the hand already. Almighty Prime, again, it's happening. The plan fails because Almighty Prime drops by to break some of their strats. This is just too good, Neptune.
Yeah, and Vagabonds and Nomads right now, not only a third eye, but third ear, because they seem to be hearing us as we call them out. And the Almighty, well, be trying to prove that they can take again, giving a chance to the Nomads to take that second spot as the Conqueror is already out of the game. Imagine it's already 3 out, and that is a 4-3-2. The Conquerors totally miss out who is the other one, and the way I'm looking at it, it was NRX 432 was an engagement who usually ends up at the bottom.
Matt's backing away, expecting Vagabonds up the dog tag, but what they did not expect was for Almighty Prime to come and ruin a little bit of their chances, and Drain fires right back. This is the equalizer. Almighty Prime is that equalizer for the Vagabond squad. They're taking the fight up against both of these monsters because they're sick and tired of it. But Pog says, shut up, Claudie. We're gonna shut you down first. Pog and Esther still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield, picking up those dog tags at the very same time. Chase across the battlefield. Esther has got that high ground advantage, and as the players of Almighty Prime, they circle around. Look at who's behind. Vagabond esports, they're back for the challenge.
Back for the challenge and back for the fight, and we'll have to see who will be the ones taking the lead in this fight. But I think they will be going and engaging because the battle has been so long in this against Almighty as well as the Nomads. But Nash and they're going a quick sidestep against Dre, and Dre will be taken out. But Chase right now has a chance to get that dog tag, but has lost it for now, waiting 4 seconds before Chibi and Claudie will be back and probably turning around, get the dog tag of play. But he far away because you don't want to be stuck in the crosshairs of both Vagabonds East and Vagabonds.
That's the problem. I mean, your Almighty Prime, you were targeted clearly by both of the Vagabonds. Team! And Chase gets run over by Sacred, but the guy has got Chibi and Claudie already on the way back into the matchup. Chase hops on into the car, but can he take those shots as well? Turns around, Sacred shuts down the vehicle. Chase on the ground. Great place to survive, but it runs out in terms of strategy because he's just caught out in the open. Sacred eats him up.
Just in time for the rest of the teammates to come back from the revive flight. That happened a little bit sooner from the first hit. That could have been the end of Almighty, but there's still hope for Almighty Prime at this point. But the Conquerors right now, I thought they're already out. They are not, and this is a chance for them to get back and have to see will be challenging them, and I'm looking forward to the Conquer and Nomads on the early engagement. Ray going in a little bit tricky with the tank gameplay, but where will this be brought in for play? The high ground is a great advantage for the tank, but with the rotation as well as how soft it is right now, I don't think it will last that long.
Yeah, it's quite soft, but you never know, man. The tank might just be pump out a couple of shells, but I usually like to see the tank taking advantage in the final circle. You know, this one is just way too open off the grounds for them to be playing this at Vagabonds. Quick nade toss, not find anyone. AXP Eternals, a couple of their players turn into dog tags already, and now the players of Dow Conquerors moving on in for that engagement with the tank, trying to find a couple of knocks and kills for themselves, but out in the open grounds of Blackout, it is going to be tough, especially when you're just barely at that second circle, nephew.
You right now, but the moment that footstep be heard in good exit right now, just best a timing where no one is in front of them. Now, Vitality on the other hand is just moving out in this play, just trying to get the loot in this area we're in. I think they just came back from earlier from the revive flight, but they fast because safe zone as well as position are being taken by a lot of teams, especially Vagabonds Esports, though they are split up in there a little bit too thin. But Vagabonds Esports, they will regroup and recover, and Almighty cannot do anything about this gameplay.
They can't do much, and Vagabonds Esports, wait, I thought they were about to get shut down by Nomads earlier on. But it seems like they somehow managed to get away from those nasty players over on the side of Nomads. I'm curious to see whether Nomads has managed to survive this encounter as well. Yato from across, Travis, Virus, we see them on the screen, and it looks like the whole Nomad squad might be in full action. Nash goes to check out the situation. Yes, the whole of Vagabonds Nomads, they are out in the open. Nash hops on out, get back into your car, Nash, what are you even doing? Ooh. And he allows Travis to take him down. This seems to be like a telenovela drama, Neptune. I ain't falling for that.
I have to see how much kills can they get just out of Vagabonds Esports. So far, they got a few kills in there from Vagabonds East, and I'm quite surprised. Probably that is like fat. Oh, if it's a fat finger against that rewind class, it should have hit. But that time it didn't work, AJ.
I think here, you know, on a serious note, the rewind class kind of bugs out sometimes, right? Hit that rewind, it doesn't rewind you at all. And I think that's the problem there, because he tried to aggressively hop on out as you tag up those players, get that extra bit of information, back away towards the rest of his team members, but his class failed him, and the rest of the Nomad squad now have an extra kill point on him. I mean, the engagement was so solid between Vagabonds Esports and Nomads, and I tell you, these two teams are so good, right? Because any other team that they come across out there on the battlefield, ubos, but they are the only ones that can stand up against each other. That's the supremacy of the Vagabonds team.
Know the gameplay, they know how to get away, and we'll have to see if the other teams can adapt that. But Kimmy in there for the slay, and it's not only Shy, Phaeton will be taken down as well. 10 kills already, AJ, and we're just on the third phase. This is EXP can offer in this game's Eternals in here still with the slays. Hopefully this time they can get a placement as well.
Definitely a situation that cannot be turned around anymore. Neptune Void off screen manages to get the knock onto Nick's AXP. Surprisingly alive and kicking, 10 kills, and this team woke up after like what the third round and said, you know what guys, today we're gonna down to everybody. And they're just taking the best match of their life back to back, and it seems like this is the version, this is the type of AXP Eternals that I fell in love with when I saw some of the gameplays out there on the battlefield. Truly capable of taking the fight up against anyone. But Vagabond's Nomads, now we will see their shutdown capability once again if they do engage with AXP Eternals out there in the open fields. Kimmy manages to spot one. Information on Travis has been taken already, but as he tries to spot the other players, they're just running around like little ants out there on the battlefield, and Kimmy just cannot find that accurate shot. And for one of them to just stand in place so that he can take a good shot against them. And Esther is just being so annoying as he continues maneuvering around. Kimmy will have to back away.
I think that's the idea why they're moving around. They don't want to be sniped. And Kimmy is just waiting for that opportunity, for that moment that might not come. Like, I don't know. I don't know what Kimmy was waiting for. But we know Kimmy is already getting a lot of slays in this game. Sniper, probably to distance as well. He trying to compensate on the bull drop, but with the high ground, it is very difficult to get a target that quickly. So I'll have to find out how will this work. The 4 Kings right now getting back 11 slays, level kills onto their name, and it is unfortunate that Instinct will not be joining them as they step in onto the next phase of a safe zone. So far, they have the compound on them, and when the compound has been taken by 4 Kings, they have a great opportunity to fire back. What we'll have to find out, because a lot of are already staying in this area, and airdrop might lure in more in this fight, AJ.
Like, this is the fourth circle impending already. Dre finally managing to get a knock and a slay onto Jesuo. Reality, very unlucky because Dre was looking for the kill for the longest of time, and finally he's the first one that they find. A little bit of a unfortunate spot out there on the battlefield. Not a lot of those players bringing FHJ for the place this time around. Although the SMRS and FHJ have been pumped up in terms of shutdown capability. Travis finds Dre, Almighty Prime, once again gets caught in the hands of Vagabond's Nomads, and I feel like they're going all out. And this is what I'm talking about. Vagabond's Nomads. Any other team they find out there, you're dead meat, bro. You're gonna get toasted. You can be Almighty, you can be a Prime squad out there on the battlefield. You'll get slain. The only ones that can fight and survive against Vagabond's Nomads is Vagabond's.
Getaway capability, probably the tactics, probably positioning, probably a lot can be put in for Vagabond's. Them surviving Vagabond's Nomads and vice versa. But AXP right now is in here just waiting for safe zone close in, and good opportunity for them to try and gatekeep some of the teams, but bad for them because they will be chased by the zone later on. Fogs in there taking down Blue into the battle, but Virus has taken the battle against the Virus, and Conquerors also in front of them. Virus right now in for this play against Kuzma and still continues as Conquerors fires back.
The snap working for Virus as he backs away, slides around. Esther steps on in his place to continue the slays. Virus manages to get the double from the back. Look at the players go to town with all of them. Vagabond's Nomad still running this circle. 10 slays already. That number 2 spot all guaranteed for Vagabond's Nomads. I don't even know what am I watching out here on the battlefield. Snap, boy. Virus continues catching each and every single one of those players out there on the battlefield. But they look at the kill feed. They know that the 4 Kings are still alive and kicking. Armin and Radzina, your time is up. Virus manages to catch out those 2 players alongside Fox. Sekre gonna get taken out of the equation as well. Fully tagged up already. Sekre has nothing against Virus and his M4.
There's no flying, there's no hiding, there's no wall, there's no tree. If you are in the sides of Vagabond's Nomads, you will be down. And that is what's happening right now. 13 slays already in the game, and the next target will be the 4 Kings as well. as these teams are from the Team C, and we'll have to find out. Oh, AXP right here, also on the higher ground. So far, AXP surviving very well in there, until we have Four Kings and Nomads get close to them. And as of right now, regardless of where they are with the smokes, they will be targeted. Fright trying to get away, will be able to get away, but Fright going in from behind, still nothing to do against SR. And with one surviving member, Negi right now is in there just denying them with the kills, but the chase will be on, and this might be lost cause, but Belarus at against Negi. Vagabonds Nomads right now, as we mentioned, continuing it on, and Vagabonds brand takes this day.
I don't know if I'm the only one seeing this, man. How can it be? How- Garena Survivors at its best. And we talked about this. We talked about how Vagabonds Nomads will be climbing right back up to that #2 spot before we are done and dusted with this day. We talked about how Vagabonds Esports, but if they do not perform, if they drop out, the ones who step into their spot is going to be Nomads and Neptune. You explained this to me, Mr. Data Analyst. How do you dominate the competition 4 rounds back to back to back to back to back, and then bomb out on your own blackout map in such a crazy fashion? But the consistency from the Vagabonds brand in itself just blow people's minds. How? How, Neptune? How?
We've seen Vagabonds Esports were really not performing. They have the opportunity, they were not taking the kills. They're even when they are 3 teams in there, it's just the Nomads taking the kills. And well, we know the Vagabonds is a little bit like tactical,
Yeah.
especially in the early engagement, mid game until end game. And with how Vagabonds Nomads are just getting a lot of stays, it's causing them to back off. They don't want to be in cross, want to be targeted, and just in case they're targeted, I mean, they need to think double to get away from the crosshairs of Vagabonds Nomads. Thus, just was given to Vagabonds Nomads all the advantage they have, but it is a good running as well for the Four Kings. As you can see, apart from the second place, they got 17 in the kills. And this might be a little bit too late, but Four Kings in a row, especially in this blackout map, AJ.
I mean, they can roll themselves like a burrito, but Vagabonds Nomads will eat that burrito, bro. I mean, it's a little late for the Four Kings to wake up, but if you look at it from a serious point of view, it's not like the other teams are doing a lot to kind of like suppress the performance out of Four Kings. So they're going to very easily continue climbing up the leaderboard. I potentially see them get into the top 7, top 8, and somewhere around there with this sort of a performance. Let's take a look at this 17 kills coming through in total for this round, and 6 points, 17 plus 16, 23 points this round alone. Yeah, that's a massive number of picking for the Four Kings, but it pales in comparison to what the Vagabonds Nomads have done. And to see the two Vagabonds team up at #1 and #2 spot, that's a huge warning for the whole community, to all of the other pro players in the competition. If you can't figure out what Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads is doing out there on the battlefield, you guys have no chance in hell of ripping away that #1 and #2 prize pool away from their hands. They've already booked it, man. They've got their name stamped on that already, and I don't think there's any changing of it. This was just so predictable from the start of the day. Disappointingly predictable, because I wanted to see a little bit more firepower from the other teams. But I have to say, one of the teams that have been keeping me awake and keeping me excited to, stay tuned to this whole competition is AXP Eternals. They've really stepped up their gameplay. They've really stepped up their form out there on the battlefield. And this round as well, they managed to find their slaying ways, managing to pick up a total of 30 kills, Neptune. That's super impressive.
XP Eternals, especially with Kimish in there, with the help of the rest of the teams, they're getting good location. They're getting good position this time around compared to what we've seen from them earlier on. They started up strong and hot start, and then later on being gunned down. And I think it is attributed as well to the slowdown of Vagabonds. The moment the Vagabonds down, Vagabonds Nomads has a chance to move up in terms of kills, and catches on because you can only put Vagabond's Nomads in one position, and the other teams as well are getting other position and getting those kills. So those teams who are not really performing, and I think for AXP Eternals, it's more of the motivation that they're getting, especially for the initial slays that they're getting. It's NRX 420 that they are battling on from the start. So motivation in there plus advantage coming from pressure that Kimish can do. A lot of the things can be expected from AXP Eternal. We have the Conquerors right now. They are consistent here. They're still trying to maintain that second spot, but with the way it looks, they will be pushed down to the third, not probably further down. Because let's see, as Armin Rodzina has a good amount of kills at 11
Yep.
in there. But in terms of placement, like 1 point Conquerors, with the lead that the Conquerors had against Armin Rodzina, it's a little bit more that AR needs to put in to take over.
I don't know exactly how can we expect some of these other teams to really step things up against the whole Vagabonds brand, right? Because it just seems to be predetermined who's going to be able to truly dominate this competition. And no matter how much the other teams do, they can't match up, Neptune. You know, you're even looking at a team like the Four Kings, and we're talking about the Four Kings, man. There's a Four King Aces who always show us a couple of fancy plays out there on the battlefield, regardless of who they go up against. Even against Nomads down in the final circle, they really, got flushed out. They really didn't stand a chance whatsoever. Looking at the 7th spot, on the other hand, though, Vitality, kills for them. And team number 6, Team Dao Vitas, picking up a total of 6 slays in the 8th spot. Vagabonds Esports, surprisingly, they're down in the 9th spot, refusing to take some of those engagements. 2 kills overall. So yes, we're going to stop looking at you for a while. Almighty Prime, on the other hand, 3 kills. Unfortunate for them in terms of the inconsistency that we've been seeing them kind of, get bugged out with throughout this whole edition. We want to see more from this team. And, they are just one of the few that can really challenge some of these top squads, Neptune. But when they keep bombing out inconsistently, then the top team really will be able to run away without much of competition at all.
To catch up, running away will be what's happening. And I mean, there's just a few kills in there from this run, there's a breakdown, and not so much that it can provide an impact against the other team. Nomads, the other teams, well, Four Kings in there did a great job, but I'm still hoping, not quite sure how much I can hope. I'm a hopeful guy, I'm an optimist guy, still hoping that other teams will be able to move up further away from single digit and even below 20 points. So I have to find out,
Neptune,
because that
Neptune.
ends it.
Can we
Yes.
tell the production not to scroll down just for the sake of some fans of RX 420? Just stop it here. Stop it
Okay.
here. Like, let's not scroll down any further.
All right. You heard us, production. We didn't say, for the sake of
They're gonna scroll.
team.
I think they're gonna scroll. It's unfortunate,
Anyways,
man.
We try to provide all the insights that we can, all of the information that can give them the opportunity. Performance, it's very difficult to really hype up the performance.
Yeah, and I'm super shocked to see 4-3-2 down at the bottom as well. I mean, you usually see them popping off. Look at Riley Esports sit down in the 15th place. What are we even seeing? Competition? I mean, it's been turned on its head. It's just, domination from some of the brands, and the rest of them are just literally bombing out. You expect to see some bit of aggression from NRX 420, but the twice that they have had their compound stormed by AXP Eternals, they haven't gone out. In fact, they backed away from those engagements. They wanted to play defensive. Rather, the fight was already coming to you. Production is deep. Hey, are you sure, Mustachio? Don't you want to go down? Yeah, we can go down. Let's see what we have at the bottom. No, we don't have anything at the bottom. Unfortunately, it is what it is.
Oh.
So we gotta see it. We gotta see it. We gotta see it, man. We gotta see. Nothing
I
at the
need to
bottom.
put in the scores, AJ. So
Yeah.
just need to confirm that it's right.
It is obviously, a sad moment if you are a fan of Kings of NRX 420. But it is what it is. You want the fans to cheer a little bit louder. You want them to scream a little bit louder. You gotta perform. You gotta take that fight up against everybody out there. In terms of the strategy, I really like the fact that NRX 20 kind of backed away from the previous compound. They try to change things up. I don't know how AXP Eternal just found them again, man.
Yep. Well, I think if I'm not mistaken, they just passed by, and there's not to put a blame to anyone. That they try to shoot them down. They try to shoot them down,
Yeah, I
and
know,
that's
right?
where the location is found. And even without knowing, if someone shoot you down, you try and look into it. Especially this is not a game. This is not a
Yeah.
competition of finding.
Yeah.
It's not a hide and seek. You need to take the kills, and XP did manage to get those kills and take that win against NT. But
Yep.
I mean, we ask so very very hard for teams to run to the last 2 days or probably the last day, wherein they pop off, turn things around, not let one team or one brand take the opportunity of taking a lot of points today. But it is what it is. Vagabonds Nomads just took this day. And I won't be surprised, AJ, if tomorrow, as well as the last day, probably tomorrow, we will be seeing a quick change in the tactics. They might not be that overperformed compared to this day.
Yeah, unless push comes to shove and then some of the other teams catch up, then you will see them chug out their own performance again. Vagabonds Esports and Vagabonds Nomads have this very simple modus operandi. You only perform when you desperately need to perform, and that's why you see Vagabonds Esports really chug out their best in the first few matches, and then they just switch off. They literally go to sleep. After that fourth match, you saw that player. He was lying down on his pillow. He was like, we've done enough, man. Let's just back away. Let's look at the overall leaderboard. Let's see exactly how these teams stack up against each other. Clearly, Vagabonds Esports done enough with 107 points, so they just add on 2 more, allow the rest of the teams to catch up to them. And look at what we have here. Vagabonds Nomads, none other, sitting down in that second spot with 95 points. This is stone's throw away from their Vagabonds Esports.
Have to find out if they will throw that stone, probably let that go, and throw them some bread instead. We'll have to see how will that work. Because hey, there's been Vagabonds. There's not much to say because they have been putting in the gameplay, plays, the kills, and performance. So not much to shout about in terms of domination on esports and Vagabonds there, but I really love the consistency coming from Conquerors, Team Dow Conquerors. They started off there challenging a lot of. They might not have a lot of kills in some of the rounds, but with the consistency of placement, that is where we can depend on them. Armament Rosina, on the other hand, is quite the reverse because they don't have much in terms of in terms of consistent gameplay, but with the kills that has been put in, especially with Cookie in this game, they have been in there on number 4, even above AXP Eternals. Like, just to be honest, just AXP Eternals really bombing out on the placement.
AXP Eternals, they don't really do all that too well when it comes to those placement points, but they don't really need to do super well because their slaying department is just superb. They are one of the best killers out there on the battlefield, and I really like to see that aggression from them. Yes, I do agree with you. Need to see them step it up when it comes to some of their placement points. They have been very, very consistent in slaying, which it just confuses me, right? Why not get into that final circle before you start slaying as well? But they usually get a little overexcited and get snuffed out before they can reach the top 5 to top 6 teams, which is a little unfortunate. Almighty Prime continues to down a little bit lower as they don't find their consistent performance out there on the battlefield. But the Four Kings Aces, on the other hand, slowly climbing up to the top. Together with a total of 44 points, they've left their brothers NRX 432 420 down at the bottom, and they want to make a difference for themselves. And they do exactly that. Dawita's picking up the 8th spot for themselves with a total of 35 points, which pushes the MYSG representatives down into the 9th spot, 34, but not a lot between them to make their way right back up, Neptune.
And so far, we have ENA Phoenix, AXP Creators, Vitality CL, HG Creators in there, NRX P2, as well as NT leading the second half of this overall leaderboard. So it is so top heavy at this point. I'm really looking forward, really optimistic that turnaround will be happening by day number 2. Of day number 2 to check out the potential for this. But AJ, I mean, for so many days that we have the Garena Survivors, I'm pretty sure the fans out there as a where and when to find out, because as we mentioned earlier, it is 3 days of a back-to-back battle, even on the grand final, and this gives an opportunity for the team to come back. So let's check out what is scheduled in here so that everyone will well as mark it on their calendar.
Well, tomorrow, same time, same place. You know where to find us. Finals day number 2. We all thought that Vagabonds Esports was going to run away with it in day number 1 in itself, but obviously they had to have a little bit of leeway in there for their brother Vagabonds Nomads to catch up as well. You don't want to end things on day number 1 in a fantastic fashion. You want to together end things on day number 2. And I feel like that's the imminent end that we are leading this competition into. Nobody has been able to stand up to the dominance of the Vagabonds brand so far. If not Vagabonds Esports, it's going to be Vagabonds Nomads. And I've been saying that over and over again, expecting someone to step up on the battlefield and prove wrong. But unfortunately, all they do right, and Vagabonds continues rising up to the top. And, you know, unfortunately, some of the teams, big teams, really aren't finding their stride in here at all. But perhaps day number 2 would be a day of comeback, or at least some can hope, Neptune.
Have to see if that will be the chance that they can come back, or keep the hopes up, keep the dream of taking that higher placement onto the leaderboards, especially for those who have a lot of fans, because you don't want to disappoint. Even us, we don't want to disappoint the fans out there of all the teams. What we call it as it is. And thus far, it has been Vagabonds day number 1. Day number 2 would be a different question. But AJ, I think this is about a time that we end this day. I've been like, my head is full of Vagabonds right now. You really need to get it out at this point. We'll see you again tomorrow for yet another Garena Survivor Season Legacy. Good night and goodbye.